What if I told you that the secret to perfect sleep has been hidden in plain sight for over 2,000 years? Tonight, you're about to discover something extraordinary. Ancient Greek philosophers knew a truth that modern sleep science is only now rediscovering. The mind that wanders through beautiful ideas finds the deepest rest. From Socrates' revolutionary "I know nothing" that changed everything, to a Buddhist prince who abandoned his palace to unlock the mystery of suffering, to a Roman emperor writing love letters to wisdom while commanding an empire, these aren't just old books gathering dust. These are the most brilliant minds who ever lived, and they all discovered one thing: profound ideas don't keep you awake, they set you free. Each philosopher holds a key to a different door in your mind. Unlock them all, and you'll drift into the most peaceful sleep of your life, carrying their timeless wisdom into your dreams. Some secrets are worth staying awake for, just long enough to learn how to truly rest. Are you ready to meet the 100 greatest minds in history? Your journey to perfect sleep begins now. 1. Socrates. The wisdom of not knowing. In the bustling streets of ancient Athens, there lived a man who claimed to know nothing, yet became the foundation of Western philosophy. Socrates wandered the marketplace, engaging citizens in conversation, asking simple questions that revealed the complexity of seemingly obvious truths. His greatest insight was perhaps the most humble: "I know that I know nothing." This admission of ignorance was not a weakness, but a profound strength, opening the mind to genuine learning and growth. Socrates believed that the unexamined life was not worth living. He spent his days encouraging others to examine their beliefs, their values, and their assumptions about the world. Through gentle questioning, he helped people discover contradictions in their thinking, not to embarrass them, but to guide them toward clearer understanding. His method, known as the Socratic dialogue, involved asking a series of probing questions that gradually revealed deeper truths. The philosopher taught that virtue was the highest good, and that no one does wrong willingly. When people act badly, he argued, it is because they lack knowledge of what is truly good. This optimistic view of human nature suggested that education and self-reflection could lead to moral improvement. Socrates believed that by understanding ourselves and our place in the world, we could live lives of greater wisdom, courage, and justice. His commitment to truth and virtue ultimately cost him his life. Accused of corrupting the youth of Athens and impiety toward the gods, Socrates was sentenced to death. Even facing execution, he remained true to his principles, using his final moments to engage in philosophical discussion about the nature of death and the immortality of the soul. His peaceful acceptance of fate became a model of philosophical courage that continues to inspire seekers of wisdom today. 2. Plato. The world of perfect forms. In the soft shadows of a cave, prisoners sit chained, watching flickering images dance upon the wall before them. They believe these shadows represent reality itself, unaware that behind them burns a fire, and beyond that fire lies a world of brilliant sunlight and perfect forms. This powerful allegory, crafted by Plato, invites us to consider that our everyday world might be merely a reflection of something far more real and beautiful. Plato envisioned a realm of perfect forms or ideas, eternal and unchanging archetypes that give meaning to our physical world. Every beautiful thing we encounter participates in the form of beauty itself. Every just act reflects the perfect form of justice. Every circle we draw approximates the perfect form of circularity. These forms exist beyond space and time, accessible not through our senses but through reason and contemplation. The philosopher believed that learning was actually a process of remembering these eternal truths that our souls had known before birth. Education, therefore, was not about filling empty minds with information, but about helping souls recollect their divine knowledge. Through mathematics, geometry, and dialectical reasoning, we could gradually ascend from the world of appearances to the world of pure ideas. Plato's vision extended to politics and society as well. He imagined an ideal state governed by philosopher kings, wise rulers who had glimpsed the form of the good and could therefore guide society with perfect justice. Though this utopian vision remained theoretical, it expressed his deep belief that knowledge, virtue, and truth were intimately connected. In the gentle quiet of contemplation, we too can turn our minds toward these eternal verities, allowing their perfect peace to settle over our thoughts as we drift toward sleep. 3. Aristotle featured the golden mean and human flourishing. Picture a master craftsman examining a piece of marble, seeing within it not just stone, but the potential for a perfect sculpture. Aristotle approached human life with similar vision, believing that within each person lay the potential for eudaimonia, a word often translated as happiness, but better understood as human flourishing or living well. This flourishing came not from momentary pleasures or external goods, but from the cultivation of excellence in character and thought. Aristotle taught that virtue lay in finding the golden mean between extremes. Courage, for instance, was the perfect balance between cowardice and recklessness. Generosity occupied the middle ground between stinginess and wasteful spending. This doctrine of the mean was not about mathematical precision, but about developing practical wisdom to know the right action at the right time in the right way toward the right people. The great philosopher observed that humans are political animals by nature, finding their fullest expression not in isolation but in communities with others. We achieve our highest potential through relationships, friendships, and participation in civic life. Yet this social nature did not diminish the importance of individual contemplation. Aristotle believed that the contemplative life, devoted to understanding eternal truths, represented the highest form of human activity. His approach to knowledge was systematic and empirical, based on careful observation of the natural world. Unlike his teacher Plato, who emphasized transcendent forms, Aristotle found universal principles embedded within particular things. The form of a tree was not separate from trees themselves, but was the organizing principle that made each tree what it was. This gentle integration of the ideal and the real, the universal and the particular, offers a balanced vision of existence that can bring peace to restless minds seeking both meaning and connection to the tangible world around them. 4. Lao Tzu, the wisdom of Wu Wei. In ancient China, amid the rolling hills and meandering rivers, there emerged a teaching so gentle it whispered rather than proclaimed, so simple it confounded the complex minds of scholars. Lao Tzu, whose very name means old master, spoke of the Tao, the way that underlies all existence, the source and pattern of the universe that flows like water, effortless and natural. The Tao that can be named, taught Lao Tzu, is not the eternal Tao. This mysterious principle cannot be grasped by the intellect or controlled by the will. It can only be experienced through harmony and alignment, like a leaf floating downstream, supported by currents it does not resist. This is the essence of Wu Wei. Action without forcing, accomplishment without striving, effectiveness through effortless response to life's natural rhythms. Consider the valley, Lao Tzu suggested, which receives all things not through aggression, but through emptiness, humility, and receptivity. The valley nourishes without claiming credit, supports without demanding recognition. Similarly, the sage leads by following, teaches by example, and achieves greatness through embracing simplicity. Water, too, embodies this wisdom, yielding to every obstacle, yet gradually wearing away the hardest stone. The ancient master counseled a return to childlike naturalness before the mind became cluttered with artificial distinctions and forced preferences. In this state of genuine simplicity, we discover that less is more, that softness overcomes hardness, that silence speaks more eloquently than words. As you settle into rest tonight, let these gentle teachings flow through your consciousness like a peaceful stream, dissolving tension and artificial complexity, returning you to the natural rhythm of breath and being that connects you to the eternal Tao. 5. Confucius, the path of harmonious relationships. Under the spreading branches of a tree in ancient China, students gathered around their beloved teacher, a man whose wisdom would guide civilizations for thousands of years. Confucius, known to his followers as Kongzi, taught that the path to a meaningful life lay not in abstract speculation, but in the careful cultivation of relationships, beginning with oneself and extending outward like ripples in a calm pond. The great teacher believed that human nature was fundamentally good, requiring only proper guidance and education to flourish. He emphasized the cultivation of Ren, often translated as benevolence or humaneness, but perhaps better understood as the warm quality that emerges when we truly care for others as we care for ourselves. This virtue manifested in the gentle treatment of family members, respect for elders, loyalty to friends, and compassionate governance of communities. Confucius taught the principle of reciprocity, expressing it in words that echo across cultures. Do not impose on others what you do not wish for yourself. This golden rule emerged from his deep understanding that our well-being was intimately connected to the well-being of those around us. Social harmony was not a luxury, but a necessity for human flourishing, achievable through ritual propriety, sincere communication, and the constant effort to improve oneself. Education held a sacred place in Confucian thought, not merely as the acquisition of information, but as the transformation of character. The ideal person, the junzi or exemplary individual, combined learning with moral cultivation, becoming someone who could be trusted with responsibility and looked to for guidance. Through study, reflection, and practice, anyone could develop the wisdom and virtue necessary to contribute positively to family and society. As you reflect on these timeless principles, feel the comfort that comes from understanding your place in the great web of human relationships, each connection an opportunity for growth, kindness, and mutual support. 6. Buddha, the middle way and the end of suffering. Beneath the spreading branches of the Bodhi tree, a prince who had abandoned his palace and possessions discovered a truth so profound it would bring peace to millions of seeking hearts. Siddhartha Gautama, who became known as the Buddha or Awakened One, realized that the root of human suffering lay not in external circumstances, but in the very nature of craving and attachment that drives the human mind. The Buddha's first noble truth acknowledged the reality of suffering. Not just physical pain, but the deeper dissatisfaction that comes from the constant changes of life, the inability to hold on to what we love, and the inevitability of aging, sickness, and death. Yet this acknowledgement was not cause for despair, but the beginning of liberation, for understanding the nature of suffering was the first step toward freedom. The second noble truth identified the cause of suffering as tanha, the thirst or craving that constantly seeks satisfaction in temporary pleasures, relationships, and achievements. Like someone drinking salt water to quench thirst, we find that each satisfaction only increases our longing. The third noble truth offered hope. This suffering could end through the cessation of craving, revealing a state of peace beyond the constant push and pull of desire and aversion. The fourth noble truth outlined the Eightfold Path, a practical guide to ethical living, mental discipline, and wisdom cultivation that leads to this liberation. The Buddha called this approach the middle way, avoiding both indulgence in pleasure and extreme asceticism. Through right understanding, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration, practitioners gradually develop the clarity and compassion that brings lasting peace. As you settle into sleep, let go of the day's anxieties and desires, resting in the gentle awareness that beneath all the surface turbulence of life lies an unchanging tranquility, always available to those who learn to see with wisdom and kindness. 7. Heraclitus, the Logos and Universal Flux. In the ancient Greek city of Ephesus, where the great temple of Artemis drew pilgrims from across the Mediterranean, there lived a philosopher whose piercing insights into the nature of change would echo through the centuries. Heraclitus, known for his cryptic pronouncements and profound paradoxes, perceived that beneath the apparent chaos of existence flowed an underlying order, a divine reason he called the Logos. "No one ever steps in the same river twice," Heraclitus observed, "for the waters are ever flowing, ever changing. Yet the river itself maintains its essential character despite this constant flux." This insight revealed a fundamental truth about reality. Everything is in process. Nothing remains static. Yet within this change lies a deeper stability, a hidden harmony that connects all things. The Logos was this universal principle of order within apparent disorder. Heraclitus taught that opposites were not separate entities but complementary aspects of a single reality. Day and night, hot and cold, life and death. These were not contradictions, but necessary polarities that gave meaning to each other. Without darkness, there could be no concept of light. Without sorrow, no appreciation of joy. The tension between opposites was not a problem to be solved, but the very dynamic that made existence possible and meaningful. The philosopher believed that most people lived in ignorance of this underlying unity, seeing only surfaces and missing the deeper connections. True wisdom came from recognizing that all apparent differences were aspects of one cosmic process. Like musical notes that create harmony precisely through their variation, fire, which constantly consumes and transforms, served as his symbol for this eternal process of change. As you prepare for sleep, feel yourself as part of this great flowing river of existence, neither grasping at what passes away nor fearing what is to come, but resting in the eternal Logos that gives meaning to all change and stability to all transformation. 8. Parmenides. Being and the illusion of change. In the quiet hills of southern Italy, where ancient Greek colonies flourished under Mediterranean skies, there lived a philosopher whose vision was so radical it challenged the very foundation of common experience. Parmenides dared to suggest that change itself might be an illusion, that beneath the world of appearances lay a deeper reality of perfect, eternal being that knew no alteration, no beginning, no end. Through a mystical poem describing a journey guided by a goddess, Parmenides explored the nature of what truly is. Pure being, he argued, must be one, eternal, and unchanging, for if it could change, it would have to become something other than what it is. But what could be other than being itself? Nothing that exists can come from nothing, and nothing that exists can become nothing. Therefore, what is must always have been and must always continue to be. This led to a startling conclusion. The world of change that we perceive through our senses, the world of birth and death, growth and decay, motion and rest, must be a kind of cosmic illusion. Not that it was without reality, but that its ultimate reality lay in its participation in the eternal, unchanging being that underlies all appearances. The multiplicity we see is a manifestation of an underlying unity that transcends time and space. Parmenides' vision offered a profound comfort to those troubled by the transience of life. If our deepest essence participates in eternal being, then we need not fear the changes that touch the surface of existence. Death becomes not an ending, but a return to our original nature. Anxiety about the future dissolves when we realize that the present moment contains all of eternity. As you settle into rest, feel yourself connected to this timeless being that underlies all appearances, more real than the passing thoughts and sensations of the day, as permanent and peaceful as existence itself. 9. Democritus, Atoms and Tranquil Wisdom. In the bustling markets and philosophical schools of ancient Greece, where thinkers debated the fundamental nature of reality, there lived a philosopher whose laughter was as famous as his insights. Democritus, sometimes called the laughing philosopher, proposed that all of existence consisted of tiny, indivisible particles called atoms moving through empty space, a vision that combined scientific speculation with profound wisdom about human happiness. Democritus imagined reality as composed of countless atoms of different shapes and sizes, combining and separating to form all the objects and beings we see around us. What we experience as birth is simply atoms coming together in new arrangements, What we call death is their gentle dispersal into new combinations. This atomic theory was not merely scientific speculation, but a source of deep comfort, suggesting that we are part of an eternal dance of matter that knows no true destruction, only endless transformation. The philosopher taught that understanding this atomic nature of reality could free us from unnecessary fears and desires. Since we are composed of the same fundamental materials as everything else in the universe, we need not feel separate or alien in the world. Our thoughts and emotions, like our bodies, arise from atomic movements and need not overwhelm us with their intensity. By understanding the physical basis of our experiences, we could observe them with greater detachment and wisdom. Democritus believed that the goal of life was ataraxia, tranquility of mind achieved through understanding and moderation. He advocated for simple pleasures over complex ones, knowledge over ignorance, and friendship over solitude. His laughter came not from mockery, but from a kind of cosmic joy at the wonderful complexity that emerged from such simple beginnings. As you prepare for sleep, imagine yourself as part of this vast atomic dance. Your worries and tensions simply temporary arrangements of matter that will naturally reorganize themselves into new patterns of peace and rest. 10. Epicurus, the Garden of Simple Pleasures. In ancient Athens, behind walls that shut out the political turmoil and social anxieties of the city, there flourished a unique community known as the Garden. Here, under the gentle guidance of Epicurus, men and women, slaves and free citizens, gathered to pursue a life of philosophical friendship and simple pleasure, discovering that true happiness lay not in grand achievements or complex desires, but in the careful cultivation of ataraxia, tranquil contentment. Epicurus taught that pleasure was the highest good, but his understanding of pleasure was subtle and refined. The greatest pleasures were not intense sensations that quickly fade, but the gentle, lasting satisfactions that come from the absence of pain and anxiety. A simple meal shared with friends, a conversation about truth and beauty, the peaceful contemplation of nature. These brought more reliable happiness than any luxury or excitement the world could offer. The philosopher encouraged his followers to distinguish between natural and necessary desires, like food, shelter, and friendship, natural but unnecessary desires, like luxury foods or elaborate homes, and vain desires, like immortality or fame. By focusing on the first category and releasing attachment to the others, one could live with remarkable freedom and contentment. Most human suffering, he observed, came from pursuing the wrong kinds of pleasure or fearing the wrong kinds of pain. Death, one of humanity's greatest fears, was addressed with characteristic wisdom. Death is nothing to us. When we exist, death is not present, and when death is present, we do not exist. This was not callous indifference, but gentle logic designed to free people from the anxiety that poisoned their present moments. The garden offered a vision of life as a peaceful sanctuary, where philosophical friends could support each other in pursuing wisdom, kindness, and the simple pleasures that make existence truly worthwhile. As you settle into sleep, create your own inner garden, a space of peace and contentment where the day's complexities can dissolve into the simple pleasure of rest and renewal. 11. Marcus Aurelius, Stoic Acceptance and Inner Strength. In the cold dawn of a military campaign along the Danube River, while rain drummed against his tent and the weight of an empire rested on his shoulders, the Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius took up his pen to write not proclamations or battle plans, but gentle reminders to himself about how to live with wisdom and peace. His meditations, never intended for publication, reveal the inner life of a man who combined ultimate power with philosophical humility. Marcus Aurelius embraced the Stoic teaching that we cannot control external events, but we can always control our responses to them. Whether facing the death of loved ones, the challenges of governance, or his own eventual mortality, he found strength in accepting what could not be changed while taking responsibility for what lay within his power. His thoughts, attitudes, and actions. This acceptance was not passive resignation, but active engagement with life, based on clear understanding of its nature. The emperor philosopher reminded himself daily that everything in the natural world follows its proper course according to divine reason. Humans, as rational beings, could align themselves with this cosmic order through virtue, wisdom, and service to the common good. Personal setbacks and disappointments were opportunities to practice patience and understanding. Success and praise were occasions to remain humble and focused on duty rather than ego. Marcus Aurelius developed a practice of viewing events from multiple perspectives, imagining how they would appear in the vast context of time and space. Problems that seemed overwhelming in the moment revealed their true proportions when seen against the backdrop of eternity. Death itself became less fearsome when understood as a natural process, like a leaf falling from a tree or a wave returning to the ocean. As you prepare for rest, adopt this cosmic perspective on the day's experiences, feeling yourself as part of the grand order of nature, supported by forces larger than any individual concern, free to respond with wisdom and tranquility to whatever life brings. 12. Epictetus. Freedom through understanding what we can control. Born into slavery in the Roman Empire, Epictetus discovered a freedom that no chains could bind and no master could take away. The freedom that comes from understanding the fundamental distinction between what is up to us and what is not up to us. This simple insight, developed through years of philosophical practice, became the foundation for one of history's most practical and liberating approaches to human happiness. Epictetus taught that our judgments, desires, and actions are within our control, while everything else, other people's behavior, natural events, the past and future, even our own bodies to some extent, lies outside our direct influence. Most human suffering, he observed, comes from trying to control what we cannot control, while neglecting what we can actually influence. This misallocation of energy leads to frustration, anxiety, and a sense of powerlessness that poisons daily life. The philosopher encouraged his students to practice a kind of mental discipline that distinguished clearly between impressions and judgments. When someone insults us, the words themselves are just sounds in the air. It is our judgment about those words that creates emotional disturbance. By examining our judgments carefully, we can choose responses based on reason and virtue rather than being swept away by immediate emotional reactions. Epictetus used the metaphor of life as a play in which we are assigned certain roles. We cannot choose whether to play a king or a beggar, a parent or a child, but we can choose to play whatever role we are given with excellence and integrity. This perspective transformed even difficult circumstances into opportunities for character development. Physical disability, social prejudice, or material poverty could not prevent someone from cultivating wisdom, courage, justice, and self-discipline. As you settle into sleep, release the day's frustrations about things beyond your control, and rest in the quiet strength that comes from knowing you can always choose your response to life's challenges with dignity and peace. 13. Augustine of Hippo. Restless hearts and divine love. In the Mediterranean city of Hippo, where sea breezes carried the sense of diverse cultures and the sound of multiple languages, there lived a bishop whose intellectual journey from skepticism to faith illuminated the deep human longing for truth, beauty, and love that no earthly pleasure could fully satisfy. Augustine of Hippo, one of history's greatest thinkers, began his famous Confessions with words that echo in every seeking heart. You have made us for yourself, O Lord, and our hearts are restless until they rest in you. Augustine's path to wisdom was neither straight nor simple. He pursued philosophy, rhetoric, and various religious movements, seeking answers to fundamental questions about the nature of good and evil, the meaning of time, and the possibility of truth. His brilliant mind grappled with paradoxes that still challenge thinkers today. How can an all-good God permit evil? What is time if the past no longer exists and the future is not yet real? How can finite beings comprehend infinite truth? Through intense intellectual struggle and spiritual seeking, Augustine developed insights that bridged ancient philosophy and Christian theology. He understood evil not as a positive force, but as the absence of good, like darkness being the absence of light. Time, he realized, existed primarily in consciousness, the mind's ability to remember the past and anticipate the future while experiencing the eternal present. Truth was not discovered through sensory experience alone, but through the inner illumination that connected the human mind to divine wisdom. Augustine's vision of love was profound and transformative. He distinguished between cupiditas, the grasping love that seeks to possess and use things for selfish purposes, and caritas, the selfless love that seeks the good of the beloved. True peace came not from getting what we wanted, but from wanting what was truly good. The restless seeking that drove human inquiry and desire would find its ultimate satisfaction only in connection with the source of all truth, beauty, and goodness. As you prepare for sleep, feel this deep longing for peace that underlies all human striving, trusting that your restless heart can find rest in the contemplation of eternal love that surpasses understanding. 14. Thomas Aquinas. Reason and Faith in Harmony. In the great medieval cathedral of learning that was 13th century Paris, where scholars from across Europe gathered to debate the fundamental questions of existence, there worked a gentle giant of a man whose systematic mind could hold seemingly contradictory truths in perfect balance. Thomas Aquinas, known to his contemporaries as the angelic doctor, demonstrated that reason and faith, philosophy and theology, Aristotelian logic and Christian revelation could work together in beautiful harmony rather than conflict. Aquinas developed 5 ways of demonstrating God's existence through rational argument, beginning with observations about motion, causation, and contingency in the natural world. These proofs were not meant to coerce belief, but to show that faith was reasonable, that the God revealed in Scripture was the same divine principle that philosophy discovered as the source of all being, truth, and goodness. Reason could prepare the mind for truths that transcended what unaided human thinking could achieve. The great theologian taught that all creation reflected divine perfection in various degrees, with each being having its own proper nature and purpose. Humans held a unique place in this cosmic hierarchy, possessing both material bodies that connected them to the physical world and rational souls that could contemplate eternal truths. This integration meant that earthly life and spiritual aspiration were not opposed to each other, but could work together in the pursuit of human flourishing. Aquinas' vision of ethics was both practical and transcendent. Virtue was the habit of acting in accordance with right reason, which ultimately meant acting in harmony with divine law as expressed in natural law. Human law should reflect this deeper moral order, creating societies that supported human dignity and the common good. The ultimate goal of human life was contemplation of divine truth, a beatific vision that would perfectly satisfy the human longing for knowledge and love. As you settle into rest, feel yourself as part of this great cosmic order, where everything has its proper place and purpose, where your rational nature connects you to eternal truth, and where temporary sleep participates in the eternal rest that is the goal of all seeking. 15. Ibn Rushd/Averroes. The Unity of Truth. In medieval Córdoba, where 3 great religious traditions met and mingled under the Andalusian sun, there lived a judge and philosopher whose vision of truth was so universal it transcended the boundaries that divided communities and cultures. Ibn Rushd, known in the Latin West as Averroes, demonstrated that philosophical wisdom and religious faith could illuminate each other rather than compete, and that truth itself was one, even when expressed in different languages and traditions. Averroes served as a qadi, or religious judge, while simultaneously pursuing philosophical investigations into Aristotelian thought. Far from seeing these roles as contradictory, he understood them as complementary approaches to understanding divine truth. Religious law and philosophical reasoning both sought to guide human beings toward right action and proper understanding of their place in the cosmic order. Different minds might require different approaches, but the ultimate destination was the same. The great philosopher argued that apparent conflicts between reason and revelation arose from misunderstanding one or both sources of knowledge. Careful interpretation could resolve these tensions, revealing that what faith taught through symbol and story, philosophy demonstrated through logical argument. The Quranic account of creation and Aristotelian cosmology, properly understood, describe the same divine activity from different perspectives. Both pointed toward an eternal, perfect source of all existence and intelligence. Averroes emphasized that philosophical contemplation was itself a form of worship, a way of approaching the divine through the careful study of creation. The natural world was like a book written by God, and those with the intellectual capacity to read it had a religious obligation to do so. This study led not to pride but to humility, as the mind confronted the infinite perfection that lay behind all finite existence. As you prepare for sleep, rest in this vision of unified truth that underlies all genuine seeking, whether through prayer or philosophy, faith or reason, knowing that every sincere question and every moment of wonder participates in the same eternal quest for understanding and peace. 16. Maimonides, the Guide for the Perplexed. In the cosmopolitan world of medieval Cairo, where Jewish, Christian, and Muslim scholars exchanged ideas in multiple languages, there lived a physician-philosopher whose synthesis of Aristotelian thought and biblical wisdom would guide seekers for centuries. Moses Maimonides, known for his extraordinary combination of practical wisdom and mystical insight, wrote his masterwork, The Guide for the Perplexed, for those whose rational minds created conflicts with their inherited religious beliefs. Maimonides understood that intellectual doubt was not the enemy of faith, but could be its purifier, removing childish misunderstandings to make room for more mature spiritual insight. He taught that God could not be adequately described through positive attributes. To say that God is good or wise or powerful was to limit the divine to human categories of understanding. Instead, one could only approach the divine mystery through negative theology, saying what God is not, gradually removing false conceptions until the mind rested in humble acknowledgement of its own limitations. The great philosopher demonstrated that biblical language often used metaphorical and anthropomorphic expressions to communicate truths that transcended literal description. When Scripture spoke of God's hand or God's anger, it was accommodating infinite reality to finite human understanding. Those with philosophical training could penetrate these surface meanings to grasp deeper truths about divine perfection, while others could remain at the literal level without error, since both approaches ultimately pointed toward the same transcendent reality. Maimonides taught that the highest form of human activity was intellectual contemplation of divine truth, but he never separated this contemplation from ethical action and social responsibility. His own life exemplified this integration, serving as a community leader and practicing physician while pursuing the most abstract philosophical inquiries. The same divine wisdom that governed the movements of the stars also established moral laws for human communities. As you settle into sleep, feel yourself guided by this same wisdom that unites theoretical understanding with practical kindness, knowing that your sincere questions and doubts can be transformed into stepping stones toward deeper peace and clearer insight. 17. Thomas à Kempis, The Imitation of Christ. In the quiet monastery of Zwolle in the Netherlands, where the daily rhythm of prayer, work, and study created an atmosphere of gentle devotion, there lived a monk whose simple wisdom about following Christ would comfort millions of souls across the centuries. Thomas à Kempis, a member of the Devotio Moderna movement that emphasized practical spirituality over academic theology, wrote words that spoke directly to hearts seeking peace in a troubled world. Thomas taught that true wisdom lay not in philosophical speculation, but in humble imitation of Christ's life of love, service, and surrender to divine will. Academic knowledge could puff up the ego and create spiritual pride, while simple devotion naturally led to humility, compassion, and inner peace. The goal was not to understand God intellectually, but to be united with God experientially through prayer, meditation, and acts of kindness. The gentle monk emphasized that spiritual progress required gradual purification of selfish desires and attachments. This was not harsh asceticism, but the natural result of choosing eternal values over temporary pleasures. As the heart turned away from worldly concerns and toward divine love, it discovered a joy that no external circumstance could disturb. This inner kingdom of peace was available to anyone willing to quiet their restless seeking and rest in simple trust. Thomas à Kempis wrote with particular tenderness about bearing life's inevitable sufferings with patience and faith. Illness, loss, disappointment, and conflict were not obstacles to spiritual growth, but opportunities to participate more deeply in Christ's own experience of surrendering to divine love. Even the smallest acts of self-denial and service could become pathways to profound spiritual transformation. As you prepare for sleep, adopt this spirit of gentle surrender, releasing the day's concerns and ambitions into divine care, trusting that in letting go of your own will, you will discover a peace that surpasses all understanding and a love that embraces all suffering with infinite tenderness. 18. Niccolò Machiavelli, Realism and the Art of Governance. In Renaissance Florence, where political alliances shifted like shadows and the survival of city-states depended on the subtle calculations of princes and diplomats, there lived a man whose clear-eyed observations about power and human nature would challenge idealistic notions of governance for centuries. Niccolò Machiavelli, writing from experience as a diplomat and administrator, offered a pragmatic analysis of how societies actually function rather than how they ought to function in perfect worlds. Machiavelli observed that effective leaders must understand human beings as they are rather than as they should be. Most people, he noted, are motivated by self-interest, fear, and ambition rather than by abstract principles of justice or virtue. A wise ruler, therefore, must be prepared to use both persuasion and force, both generosity and strategic cruelty, depending on what circumstances require for the preservation of social order and the common good. The famous phrase, "the end justifies the means," captures only part of Machiavelli's subtle analysis. He argued that in the imperfect world of politics, good intentions were not enough if they led to chaos and suffering. Sometimes harsh measures were necessary to prevent greater evils. A ruler who maintained stability and prosperity through firm governance served his people better than one whose moral purity led to civil war and economic collapse. Yet Machiavelli was not advocating cynical tyranny, but realistic statecraft that took into account both human limitations and the genuine needs of communities. He understood that republics, where power was shared among citizens, generally produced better long-term outcomes than despotisms. But he also recognized that effective republican institutions required certain cultural and economic conditions to flourish. His analysis was ultimately optimistic about human potential while being soberly realistic about human nature. As you prepare for sleep, find peace in this balanced perspective that neither condemns human imperfection nor ignores the possibility of gradual improvement through wise institutions and patient effort. 19. Michel de Montaigne, The Art of Self-Acknowledge. In the tower library of his chateau in the French countryside, surrounded by books from across Europe and inscriptions in Latin and Greek that reminded him of life's uncertainty, Michel de Montaigne invented a new form of literature that was also a new form of philosophy, the personal essay. Through careful observation of his own thoughts, feelings, and experiences, he demonstrated that the most profound universal truths could be discovered through honest examination of one particular human life. Montaigne's motto was, "Que sais-je? What do I know?" A question that led him not to skepticism, but to a gentle humility that opened him to continuous learning and growth. He found that the more carefully he observed himself, the more he understood about human nature in general. His own contradictions, inconsistencies, and changes of mind revealed the complexity and richness of consciousness that textbook descriptions of human psychology could never capture. The great essayist approached both himself and others with remarkable tolerance and curiosity. He recognized that people's beliefs and customs were largely shaped by the accidents of birth and circumstance, rather than by rational choice. This recognition could have led to relativism, but instead it fostered a deeper appreciation for human diversity and a more compassionate understanding of human weakness. Montaigne's self-portraits revealed a man who was neither saint nor villain, but simply human, capable of wisdom and folly, generosity and selfishness, courage and fear, often within the same day or even the same hour. This honest self-acceptance freed him from the exhausting effort to maintain a consistent public persona, and allowed him to respond to each situation with flexibility and authenticity. He found that embracing his own contradictions made him more, rather than less, reliable as a friend and citizen. Through his essays, Montaigne demonstrated that philosophy need not be systematic or abstract to be profound. By paying careful attention to the texture of daily experience, how it felt to be ill, what it was like to lose a beloved friend, why certain books moved him while others left him cold, he uncovered insights about mortality, friendship, education, and the art of living that spoke directly to readers across cultures and centuries. As you settle into sleep, adopt this spirit of gentle self-observation, noticing your own thoughts and feelings without judgment, finding in your own experience a microcosm of the larger human story that connects you to all seekers of wisdom and peace. 20. Francis Bacon, Knowledge as Power and the Scientific Method. In the courts of Elizabethan and Jacobean England, where political intrigue mixed with intellectual ferment and the New World offered unprecedented opportunities for discovery, there lived a man whose vision of human knowledge would transform civilization itself. Francis Bacon, lawyer and philosopher, Lord Chancellor and scientific visionary, proclaimed that knowledge was power, not power over other people, but power to improve the human condition through systematic understanding of nature's laws. Bacon observed that previous approaches to knowledge had relied too heavily on inherited authorities and abstract reasoning, rather than careful observation of the natural world. Ancient philosophers and medieval scholars had produced elegant systems of thought, but these systems often failed to predict or control natural phenomena in ways that could benefit human life. What was needed was a new method that combined systematic observation with controlled experimentation. The great philosopher outlined what would become known as the scientific method: careful collection of data, formation of hypotheses based on observed patterns, testing of these hypotheses through controlled experiments, and gradual building of reliable knowledge through collective effort over time. This approach required intellectual humility, the willingness to have one's theories corrected by evidence, but it promised practical results that could alleviate human suffering and expand human capabilities. Bacon's vision extended beyond individual scientific discoveries to imagine institutions and collaborative networks that could support ongoing research. He envisioned academies where scientists could share their findings, laboratories equipped for systematic investigation, and international cooperation in the pursuit of knowledge that would benefit all humanity. This was not knowledge for its own sake, but knowledge directed toward human flourishing. Better medicine, more productive agriculture, improved transportation and communication. As you prepare for sleep, feel yourself as part of this great collaborative enterprise of human learning, where each generation builds upon the discoveries of previous generations, gradually expanding the circle of light that pushes back the darkness of ignorance and superstition, contributing through your own curiosity and openness to the ongoing human quest for understanding that makes life richer and more secure for all. 21. René Descartes, Cogito ergo sum and the Method of Doubt. In the quiet solitude of a heated room during a German winter, where the young French philosopher sought refuge from the chaos of the 30 Years' War, René Descartes embarked on a thought experiment that would reshape the foundation of Western philosophy. Determined to find something absolutely certain in a world where traditional authorities were being challenged and old certainties were crumbling, he resolved to doubt everything that could possibly be doubted. Descartes systematically questioned the reliability of his senses, the validity of mathematical truths, and even the existence of the external world. Perhaps an evil demon was deceiving him about everything he thought he knew. Perhaps his entire experience was an elaborate illusion. But in the very act of doubting, he discovered something that could not be doubted: the existence of himself as a thinking being. Even if everything else was uncertain, the fact that he was thinking proved that he existed. Cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. This insight became the foundation for rebuilding knowledge on firmer ground. From the certainty of his own existence as a thinking thing, Descartes developed arguments for the existence of God in the external world. He distinguished between mind and matter as two different kinds of substance, with mind being non-physical and essentially thinking, while matter was physical and essentially extended in space. This dualism explained how humans could be both rational souls and physical bodies. Descartes also developed a method for conducting inquiry that emphasized clarity, precision, and systematic progression from simple to complex ideas. He advocated breaking down complex problems into their simplest components, examining each part carefully, and then systematically building up comprehensive understanding. This mathematical approach to philosophy promised to eliminate the confusion and contradiction that had plagued earlier thinkers. As you settle into sleep, rest in the simple certainty of your own existence as a conscious being, knowing that beneath all the day's complexities and uncertainties lies this fundamental fact: you are, you think, you experience, and in this basic awareness lies an unshakable foundation for peace and self-understanding. 22. Blaise Pascal, the heart has its reasons. In 17th century France, where mathematical precision and religious devotion existed in creative tension, there lived a genius whose insights bridged the worlds of scientific calculation and mystical experience. Blaise Pascal, mathematician and inventor, physicist and theologian, discovered that the deepest truths about human existence could not be reached through reason alone, but required what he called the heart, a form of intuitive knowledge that grasped realities beyond the reach of logical demonstration. Pascal's famous wager addressed the question of belief in God through a kind of practical reasoning. Even if we cannot prove God's existence with mathematical certainty, he argued, we must still choose whether to believe or not believe. If we believe and God exists, we gain infinite happiness. If we believe and God does not exist, we lose little. If we refuse to believe and God exists, we gain little. If we refuse to believe and God does not exist, we gain little. From a purely practical standpoint, belief was the wiser choice. But Pascal understood that genuine faith involved more than calculated self-interest. He distinguished between the God of philosophers, an abstract first cause or prime mover, and the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who entered into personal relationship with human beings. This personal God could be known through experience and grace rather than through logical proof. The heart has its reasons that reason does not know, he wrote, pointing toward forms of knowledge that transcended rational analysis. Pascal was deeply aware of human paradox and contradiction. Humans were capable of profound nobility and devastating selfishness, sublime insights and ridiculous errors, heroic courage and pathetic weakness. This contradictory nature pointed toward a mystery about human destiny that could not be resolved through philosophy alone. Only through acknowledging both human greatness and human misery could one understand the need for redemption and transformation. As you prepare for sleep, trust in these deeper ways of knowing that operate beneath the surface of conscious thought, allowing your heart to perceive truths that your mind cannot fully grasp. Resting in the mystery of your own existence as a being capable of both infinite aspiration and humble acceptance. 23. Baruch Spinoza, God or Nature and Eternal Perspective. In the tolerant atmosphere of 17th century Amsterdam, where refugees from religious persecution found relative freedom to pursue unconventional ideas, there lived a lens grinder whose vision of reality was so radical it cost him his place in the Jewish community, but offered humanity a new way of understanding the relationship between God, nature, and human happiness. Baruch Spinoza developed a philosophy that identified God with the totality of existence itself, finding infinite peace in contemplating the eternal perspective that embraces all things. Spinoza argued that God and nature were two names for the same reality, the single infinite substance that contained everything that existed. This was not atheism, but a profound pantheism that saw a divine presence in every natural law, every physical process, every human thought and emotion. Nothing existed outside of God, and nothing happened that was not an expression of divine necessity. This vision eliminated the traditional separation between creator and creation, revealing the sacred dimension of ordinary existence. From this metaphysical foundation, Spinoza developed an ethics based on understanding rather than guilt or fear. Human emotions like anger, envy, and hatred arose from inadequate ideas about our place in the cosmic order. When we understood that everything happened according to eternal laws that could not be otherwise, we could release resentment and blame while developing what he called intellectual love of God, a serene appreciation for the perfection of the whole system of which we were part. Spinoza taught that freedom came not from the ability to do whatever we wanted, but from understanding the causes of our desires and aligning ourselves with the eternal perspective that saw all things as necessary expressions of infinite perfection. True happiness emerged when we identified our own good with the good of the whole, finding our individual fulfillment through participation in the eternal and infinite reality that was our deepest nature. As you settle into sleep, adopt this eternal perspective that sees your own life as part of an infinite perfection, where even difficulties and limitations serve the harmonious functioning of the whole, allowing you to rest in the peace that comes from understanding your essential unity with the divine nature that expresses itself through all existence. 24. John Locke. Tabula rasa and natural rights. In the politically turbulent England of the late 17th century, where questions of governmental authority and individual liberty demanded practical answers, there lived a physician-philosopher whose insights about human knowledge and political rights would profoundly influence the development of democratic societies. John Locke observed that understanding the origins and limits of human knowledge was essential for creating just institutions that respected both human dignity and social order. Locke challenged the prevailing belief that humans were born with innate ideas, arguing instead that the mind at birth was like a blank slate, tabula rasa, upon which experience would write the content of knowledge. All ideas ultimately derived from sensation and reflection, the two sources through which we encountered the world and observed our own mental processes. This empirical approach to knowledge suggested that human differences in belief and behavior resulted primarily from different experiences, rather than from inherent superiority or inferiority. This insight had profound political implications. If all humans started with the same basic mental equipment and differed mainly through the accidents of education and circumstance, then no one had a natural right to rule over others without their consent. Government existed to protect the natural rights to life, liberty, and property that all humans possessed equally. When governments failed in this purpose, people retained the right to alter or abolish them and establish new institutions more likely to secure their safety and happiness. Locke's vision of religious tolerance emerged from the same principles. Since religious beliefs were largely shaped by cultural inheritance and personal experience, rather than by clear, rational demonstration, no authority had the right to coerce religious conformity. True religion required sincere conviction that could not be produced through external force. A tolerant society that allowed different religious communities to coexist peacefully would be both more just and more stable than one that attempted to enforce uniformity. As you prepare for sleep, rest in this vision of human equality and dignity that recognizes each person's capacity for growth and wisdom, trusting in the natural rights that connect you to all humanity and in the peaceful cooperation that emerges when people are free to develop their own understanding and pursue their own happiness within just institutions. 25. Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, the best of all possible worlds. In the intellectually vibrant Germany of the late 17th century, where courts competed to attract the finest minds and libraries contained treasures from across the known world, there lived a polymath whose optimistic vision of reality combined mathematical precision with profound theological insight. Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, mathematician and diplomat, inventor and philosopher, developed a system of thought that found ultimate meaning and goodness, even in a world that often appeared chaotic and unjust. Leibniz argued that God, being perfectly good and omniscient, would necessarily create the best of all possible worlds. This did not mean that everything in the world was good, but that the total system, viewed from the eternal perspective, contained the greatest possible balance of good over evil. Apparent imperfection served larger purposes that finite minds could not fully comprehend. Even suffering and limitation played necessary roles in the cosmic harmony that made possible the greatest overall perfection. The philosopher developed a metaphysics based on what he called monads, simple, indivisible substances that were the ultimate constituents of reality. Each monad was like a mirror that reflected the entire universe from its own unique perspective. Humans were special kinds of monads capable of self-consciousness and rational reflection, able to appreciate the harmony and beauty of the whole system of which they were part. Nothing truly interacted with anything else, but God had pre-established a harmony that made all monads develop in perfect coordination. Leibniz believed that understanding this pre-established harmony could bring profound peace and contentment. What appeared to be chance or accident was actually the unfolding of eternal divine decrees that took into account all possible considerations. Individual suffering was never meaningless, but always served purposes that transcended personal perspective. Even death was not destruction, but transformation, as the soul continued its eternal development toward greater perfection and clearer understanding. As you settle into sleep, trust in this vision of cosmic optimism that sees all existence as moving toward greater harmony and perfection, knowing that your own life, with all its joys and sorrows, contributes to a universal good that surpasses individual understanding, allowing you to rest in the peace that comes from faith in ultimate meaning and divine care. 26. George Berkeley. To be is to be perceived. In the green hills of Ireland, where ancient Celtic spirituality mingled with Anglican theology and Enlightenment philosophy, there lived a bishop whose radical idealism challenged common assumptions about the nature of material reality. George Berkeley argued that what we call the physical world existed only in perception, that matter as independent substance was an unnecessary and incoherent concept that caused more philosophical problems than it solved. Berkeley observed that all we ever directly experience are ideas, colors, sounds, textures, tastes, and smells that exist in consciousness rather than in some hypothetical material substrate. When we think we are perceiving a tree, we are actually experiencing a complex pattern of green and brown visual sensations, rough tactile sensations, perhaps the sound of rustling leaves. The tree as we know it is this collection of sensory ideas, not something that exists independently of all perception. This analysis led to Berkeley's famous principle, esseth percipi. To be is to be perceived. Physical objects existed as stable patterns of ideas in the mind of God, who perceived all things continuously and ensured their consistency from one finite perceiver to another. When we left a room, the furniture did not cease to exist because God continued to perceive it. This divine perception explained both the order and the independence that characterized our experience of the natural world. Berkeley's idealism was not a denial of reality, but a clarification of what reality actually consisted of. Mind and ideas were more certain and fundamental than hypothetical matter that could never be directly experienced. This vision eliminated the artificial separation between spiritual and material realms, revealing all existence as fundamentally mental and therefore inherently meaningful. Physical science remained valid as the study of God's regular patterns of ideas, but it need not be interpreted materialistically. As you prepare for sleep, rest in this vision of reality as fundamentally spiritual, where your own consciousness participates directly in the divine mind that sustains all existence, and where the boundary between inner and outer experience dissolves into the peaceful recognition that all being is perception within infinite awareness. 2007. David Hume, Skepticism and Natural Belief. In the intellectual atmosphere of 18th century Edinburgh, where Scottish Enlightenment thinkers were revolutionizing approaches to human nature and social organization, there lived a genial skeptic whose gentle doubts about human reason paradoxically strengthened faith in human nature itself. David Hume, historian and philosopher, demonstrated that many of our most basic beliefs could not be rationally justified, yet argued that this limitation of reason was not a cause for despair, but an invitation to trust in the natural instincts and social sentiments that actually guided human life. Hume showed that we could never logically prove that the future would resemble the past, yet we inevitably expected it to do so. We could never demonstrate that one event caused another, yet we constantly perceived causal connections. We could never establish the existence of a continuing self, yet we experienced personal identity over time. These beliefs were not products of reasoning, but expressions of human nature that operated below the level of conscious analysis. The philosopher argued that moral judgments similarly arose from sentiment rather than reason. When we called an action right or wrong, we were expressing our approval or disapproval rather than stating objective facts about the universe. Yet, this subjectivity did not make morality arbitrary, because human beings shared enough common nature to develop stable social agreements about virtue and vice. Sympathy allowed us to enter imaginatively into others' experiences, creating the emotional foundation for justice and benevolence. Hume's skepticism was gentle and pragmatic rather than corrosive and destructive. He advocated what he called mitigated skepticism, a recognition of reason's limits that freed us to rely on custom, habit, and natural feeling in our daily lives. We could neither prove nor disprove the existence of God, the immortality of the soul, or the ultimate purpose of existence, but we could live well without solving these metaphysical puzzles. Nature provided instincts and emotions sufficient for human flourishing. As you settle into sleep, embrace this peaceful skepticism that releases you from the burden of having to solve all philosophical problems, trusting instead in the natural wisdom of your own deepest instincts and the social bonds that connect you to others in shared humanity and mutual care. 28. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Natural Goodness and Social Corruption. In the sophisticated salons of 18th century Paris, where wit and refinement were prized above all other qualities, there lived a philosopher whose radical critique of civilization shocked polite society by suggesting that progress in arts and sciences had actually corrupted rather than improved human nature. Jean-Jacques Rousseau argued that humans were naturally good, but had been corrupted by the artificial inequalities and competitive pressures of advanced social organization. Rousseau imagined a state of nature where humans lived simply and peacefully, without private property, social hierarchy, or complex institutions. In this primitive condition, people were guided by natural compassion and self-preservation rather than by greed, envy, or ambition. The development of agriculture and metallurgy had created the possibility of accumulating wealth, which led to inequality, competition, and the need for governments to protect the advantages of the rich against the resentment of the poor. Yet Rousseau was not advocating a return to primitive life, which he recognized was impossible. Instead, he sought ways to preserve natural goodness within necessary social institutions. Education should follow natural development rather than forcing artificial learning upon children. Government should express the general will of the people rather than serving particular interests. Religion should be simple and practical rather than dogmatic and divisive. Rousseau's vision of the social contract differed from that of other political philosophers. Government existed not primarily to protect property rights, but to create conditions in which all citizens could develop their natural capacities while maintaining equality before the law. True freedom came not from the absence of restraint, but from participation in creating the laws that governed one's own community. Individual will had to be aligned with the general will that sought the common good of all members of society. As you prepare for sleep, reconnect with your own natural goodness that exists beneath the artificial complications of social life, trusting in the compassionate instincts that connect you to all living beings, and in the possibility of creating human communities that nurture rather than corrupt the inherent dignity and peaceful nature that is your birthright. 29. Immanuel Kant, the Categorical Imperative and Enlightenment. In the orderly city of Königsberg, where the great philosopher's daily walks were so regular that neighbors could set their clocks by his passage, Immanuel Kant undertook a critical examination of human reason that would provide new foundations for knowledge, morality, and hope. Kant sought to rescue both scientific knowledge and moral duty from the skeptical challenges of philosophers like Hume, while limiting reason's pretensions to solve all metaphysical mysteries. Kant argued that the mind actively structured experience, rather than passively receiving impressions from the external world. Space and time were forms of human intuition, rather than properties of things in themselves. Categories like causality and substance were ways the understanding organized sensory data, rather than features of ultimate reality. This Copernican revolution explained how we could have genuine knowledge of the phenomenal world while acknowledging that the noumenal world of things in themselves remained forever beyond theoretical knowledge. In ethics, Kant developed the categorical imperative as a rational test for moral duty. Act only according to that maxim, whereby you can at the same time will that it should become a universal law. This principle required treating rational beings as ends in themselves, rather than merely as means to our own purposes. Moral worth came not from achieving good consequences, but from acting from duty, according to principles that respected the dignity of all rational agents. Kant defined enlightenment as humanity's emergence from self-incurred immaturity, the courage to use one's own understanding without reliance on external authorities. Ser parad, dare to know, became the motto of intellectual independence that could gradually transform both individual consciousness and social institutions. Though theoretical reason could not prove God's existence, practical reason required postulating God, freedom, and immortality as necessary conditions for the moral life that duty demanded. As you prepare for sleep, feel the dignity that comes from your own rational nature that connects you to all other persons in a kingdom of ends, trusting in the moral law within that points toward transcendent meaning, even when understanding reaches its proper limits. 30. Jeremy Bentham, the greatest happiness principle. In industrial England, where rapid social change created both unprecedented opportunities and new forms of suffering, there lived a legal reformer whose simple yet radical principle would reshape approaches to law, government, and social policy. Jeremy Bentham argued that the rightness or wrongness of any action could be determined by a single criterion: whether it increased or decreased the total amount of happiness in the world. This utilitarian calculus promised to bring scientific precision to moral and political questions. Bentham believed that pleasure and pain were the fundamental motivations that governed all human behavior. Nature has placed mankind under the governance of two sovereign masters, pain and pleasure, he wrote. Since avoiding pain and seeking pleasure were universal human drives, a rational ethics would aim to maximize pleasure and minimize pain for the greatest number of people affected by any decision or policy. The philosopher developed a hedonic calculus that attempted to measure different pleasures and pains according to their intensity, duration, certainty, propinquity, fecundity, purity, and extent. In principle, this calculation could determine the optimal choice in any situation by adding up all the positive and negative consequences for everyone involved. A pleasure was a pleasure, regardless of its source. The satisfaction of a scholar reading poetry was not inherently superior to the enjoyment of a child playing games. Bentham applied this principle to legal and social reform, arguing for changes that would reduce unnecessary suffering and increase opportunities for happiness. Cruel punishments, arbitrary legal procedures, and economic arrangements that concentrated wealth while leaving others in poverty all failed the utilitarian test. Government existed to promote the greatest happiness of the greatest number, and institutions that failed to serve this purpose should be reformed or abolished. As you settle into sleep, reflect on this democratic vision that counts each person's happiness as equally important, finding peace in the recognition that your own well-being is connected to the well-being of all sentient creatures, and that even small acts of kindness participate in the great work of reducing suffering and increasing joy in the world. 31. Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, The Dialectic and Absolute Spirit. In the turbulent Europe of the early 19th century, where the French Revolution and Napoleonic Wars had shattered traditional certainties and created new possibilities for human freedom, there lived a philosopher whose comprehensive system attempted to show that all apparent contradictions and conflicts were stages in the rational development of absolute spirit, coming to know itself through history. Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel developed a dialectical method that found meaning and purpose in the very struggles that seemed to threaten coherence and progress. Hegel argued that reality was fundamentally dynamic rather than static, developing through contradictions that generated higher syntheses. Every thesis contained the seeds of its own negation, creating an antithesis that initially appeared to destroy the original position but actually led to a more comprehensive understanding that preserved the truth of both opposing elements while transcending their limitation. This dialectical process operated in logic, nature, and history, driving all development toward greater complexity and self-consciousness. The philosopher understood history as the progressive manifestation of freedom, beginning with ancient civilizations where only one person, the despot, was free, developing through classical and medieval periods where some were free, and culminating in the modern world where the principle of universal freedom was finally recognized. Each historical period had its own Geist or spirit that expressed the particular stage of absolute spirit self-development, making even apparently destructive events necessary moments in the larger rational process. Hegel's vision of absolute spirit was neither a traditional personal God nor an abstract logical principle, but something that included both while transcending the limitations of each. Spirit achieved complete self-acknowledge through the entire process of world history, including the development of human consciousness, art, religion, and philosophy. Individual humans participated in this larger spiritual reality, finding their true freedom not in arbitrary choice, but in understanding and willing their role in the rational development of the whole. As you prepare for sleep, feel yourself as part of this great spiritual process that gives meaning to every experience, knowing that even conflicts and contradictions serve the ultimate purpose of consciousness coming to understand itself more completely, and that your own growth in wisdom and freedom contributes to the universe's ongoing project of self-realization. 32. Arthur Schopenhauer, The World as Will and Representation. In the quiet solitude of his Frankfurt study, surrounded by books of Eastern and Western philosophy, there lived a pessimistic sage whose profound insights into human suffering paradoxically offered one of the most effective paths to inner peace that European philosophy had yet discovered. Arthur Schopenhauer argued that beneath the world of appearances lay a blind, irrational will that drove all existence through endless cycles of desire and dissatisfaction. But he also showed how understanding this truth could lead to liberation from its tyranny. Schopenhauer distinguished between the world as representation, the phenomenal realm of space, time, and causality that we experience through our senses and understanding, and the world as will, the underlying reality that manifested itself in all natural forces and human desires. This will was not rational or purposeful, but simply the blind urge to exist and reproduce that kept all beings trapped in constant striving without permanent satisfaction. The philosopher observed that human life oscillated between the poles of want and boredom. When we lacked something we desired, we suffered from the pain of wanting. When we obtained what we sought, we briefly experienced satisfaction before falling into boredom or developing new desires that started the cycle again. Even our greatest achievements brought only temporary relief from the fundamental restlessness that characterized conscious existence. Yet Schopenhauer discovered several forms of temporary escape from the tyranny of will. Aesthetic contemplation of beauty allowed consciousness to lose itself in pure perception, forgetting individual desires and merging with the eternal ideas that art revealed. Compassion for other beings arose from the recognition that the same will that suffered in oneself also suffered in others, breaking down the illusion of separation that fueled selfishness. Most completely, the philosophical understanding of will's nature could lead to its denial, a turning away from life's demands that brought lasting peace. As you settle into sleep, practice this gentle withdrawal from the day's desires and anxieties, allowing consciousness to rest in the peaceful detachment that comes from understanding the illusory nature of individual striving, finding in this letting go a taste of the profound tranquility that lies beyond all wanting. 33. Søren Kierkegaard, The Leap of Faith and Authentic Existence. In the comfortable bourgeois society of 19th century Copenhagen, where conventional Christianity had become a matter of social respectability rather than passionate commitment, there lived a melancholy Danish philosopher whose psychological insights into human existence would profoundly influence both philosophy and theology. Søren Kierkegaard argued that authentic life required individual choices that could not be justified through rational argument or social convention, but demanded what he called a leap of faith into the unknown. Kierkegaard distinguished between three stages of existence: the aesthetic, the ethical, and the religious. The aesthetic individual lived for immediate pleasure and novelty, moving from one experience to another without deeper commitment or development. The ethical person accepted universal moral principles and social responsibilities, finding meaning through duty and consistency. But the highest stage was religious, where the individual stood before God as a unique person whose ultimate choices transcended both personal preference and social morality. The philosopher used the biblical story of Abraham's willingness to sacrifice Isaac as an example of religious existence. Abraham could not explain his decision through ethical reasoning. Indeed, from an ethical standpoint, his willingness to kill his son was clearly wrong. Yet his obedience to God's command represented a higher form of existence that required absolute trust in divine wisdom that surpassed human understanding. This teleological suspension of the ethical characterized authentic religious faith. Kierkegaard emphasized that becoming a self was not automatic but required conscious choice and continuous commitment. Most people lost themselves in social roles and conventional expectations, never discovering their unique individuality before God. Anxiety and despair were not simply negative emotions, but signals that pointed toward the need for authentic self-choice. The sickness unto death was the spiritual condition of those who refused to become themselves, preferring the security of conformity to the risk of authentic existence. As you prepare for sleep, consider your own journey toward authentic selfhood, trusting in the courage to make choices that express your deepest values, even when they cannot be fully explained or justified to others, and resting in the peace that comes from accepting responsibility for your own existence before the eternal. 34. John Stuart Mill, on Liberty and the Harm Principle. In Victorian England, where social conformity and moral rigidity threatened to stifle individual development and social progress, there lived a philosopher whose passionate defense of human freedom would become one of the foundational texts of liberal democracy. John Stuart Mill argued that individual liberty was not merely a political convenience, but an essential requirement for human flourishing that benefited both individuals and society as a whole. Mill developed the harm principle as a criterion for legitimate governmental and social interference with individual behavior. The only purpose for which power can be rightfully exercised over any member of a civilized community against his will is to prevent harm to others. This principle protected a large sphere of personal autonomy, where individuals could experiment with different ways of living without external coercion, even when their choices appeared foolish or immoral to the majority. The philosopher argued that this protection of individual eccentricity and nonconformity was essential for social progress. New truths and better ways of living emerged from the diversity of human experiments, rather than from conformity to established patterns. Society benefited when individuals were free to develop their unique talents and perspectives, even when this development challenged conventional wisdom. Suppressing individual differences impoverished the whole community by preventing the discovery of new possibilities. Mill extended this principle to intellectual and religious freedom, arguing that truth emerged through the free competition of ideas rather than through authoritative pronouncement. Even false opinions served the useful purpose of forcing true beliefs to defend themselves and thereby remain vital, rather than becoming dead dogmas. The marketplace of ideas required genuine diversity of perspective to function properly, making tolerance not just a virtue but a practical necessity for intellectual and social progress. As you settle into sleep, celebrate your own unique contribution to human diversity, trusting in your right to think and live according to your own best understanding, while respecting the equal freedom of others to follow their own paths toward truth and happiness. 35. Karl Marx. Historical Materialism and Human Liberation. In the industrial cities of 19th century Europe, where rapid economic change created both unprecedented wealth and desperate poverty, there lived a revolutionary thinker whose analysis of capitalism would profoundly influence political movements around the world. Karl Marx argued that understanding the material conditions of production was the key to comprehending both historical development and the possibility of creating a more just society where human potential could be fully realized. Marx developed a theory of historical materialism that explained social change through the dialectical relationship between productive forces and relations of production. As technology and methods of production developed, they eventually came into conflict with existing property relations and class structures, creating tensions that led to revolutionary transformations. Feudalism had given way to capitalism through such a process, and capitalism would eventually be replaced by socialism and communism. The philosopher argued that capitalism, despite its productive achievements, contained internal contradictions that made it ultimately unstable and dehumanizing. The separation of workers from the means of production forced them to sell their labor power as a commodity, alienating them from their creative activity, the products of their work, their fellow workers, and their own human essence. This alienation was not accidental but structurally necessary for capitalist accumulation. Marx envisioned a communist society where private property in the means of production would be abolished, allowing human beings to develop their full potential without the constraints imposed by class exploitation. From each according to his ability, to each according to his needs, would replace the market-driven distribution that left some in luxury while others lacked basic necessities. Work would become a creative expression of human nature rather than a burden imposed by economic necessity. As you prepare for sleep, reflect on your own creative potential that exists beneath the surface of economic roles and social expectations, trusting in the possibility of human communities organized around cooperation rather than competition, and resting in the vision of a world where everyone's needs for security, creativity, and meaningful relationship could be fulfilled. 36. Friedrich Nietzsche, The Will to Power and Self-Creation. In the mountains of Switzerland, where the thin air and spectacular vistas provided relief from chronic illness and conventional society, there lived a philosopher whose radical critique of traditional values would shatter comfortable assumptions about truth, morality, and human nature. Friedrich Nietzsche proclaimed the death of God not as a celebration, but as a diagnosis of the crisis facing Western civilization, which had lost its traditional foundations without yet discovering new sources of meaning and direction. Nietzsche argued that what people called truth was actually interpretation shaped by power relationships and psychological needs. There were no facts, only interpretations, and these interpretations served the interests of those who created them. Traditional morality, which he traced to resentment among the weak who could not directly challenge the strong, had created a slave morality that praised humility, self-denial, and otherworldly hopes while suppressing the natural aristocracy of excellence and creativity. The philosopher envisioned the Übermensch, or overmen, as a human type who could create values rather than merely inheriting them from tradition. This was not a biological Superman, but someone who had the psychological strength to live without external authorities, creating meaning through their own choices and commitments. The will to power was not primarily a desire to dominate others, but the creative force that drove self-overcoming and cultural achievement. Nietzsche taught the doctrine of eternal recurrence as a test of authentic affirmation of life. Could you live the same life over and over again, with all its joys and sufferings, without change or improvement? Those who could honestly answer yes had achieved a fundamental acceptance of existence that transcended resentment and regret. This was not passive resignation, but active embrace of life's creative possibilities, even in the face of uncertainty and suffering. As you prepare for sleep, consider what it would mean to live with such complete affirmation of your own existence, creating your own values and meanings, while dancing joyfully on the edge of the abyss, finding in your own will to power the strength to become who you truly are, rather than who others expect you to be. 37. William James, Pragmatism and the Will to Believe. In the bustling intellectual atmosphere of late 19th century America, where European philosophical traditions encountered New World optimism and practical innovation, there lived a psychologist-philosopher whose approach to truth emphasized consequences rather than origins, usefulness rather than correspondence to eternal principles. William James developed pragmatism as a method for settling metaphysical disputes by examining what practical difference competing theories made in lived experience. James argued that the truth of ideas should be judged by their cash value, the concrete differences they made in how people thought, felt, and acted. Abstract theological and philosophical debates often continued indefinitely because they had no practical consequences that could settle them empirically. But when ideas were tested through their effects on human life, it became possible to distinguish those that enriched experience from those that impoverished it. The philosopher applied this pragmatic method to religious belief, arguing that in cases where evidence was insufficient for rational demonstration, we had the right to choose beliefs based on their vital consequences for our lives. If believing in God made someone more hopeful, generous, and effective in promoting human welfare, then such belief was pragmatically justified, even if it could not be proven through purely intellectual means. The will to believe was legitimate when it concerned living options that could not be decided on intellectual grounds alone. James emphasized the radical empiricism that took seriously the full range of human experience, including mystical and religious states that traditional empiricism often dismissed. These experiences might not provide universally valid knowledge, but they were genuine parts of human reality that deserved philosophical attention. The universe was still in the making, with genuine novelty and creativity emerging through human choices and actions that could not be predicted from prior conditions. As you settle into sleep, trust in this open universe, where your own choices and beliefs contribute to the ongoing creation of reality. Finding peace in the pragmatic faith that life is worth living and that your own efforts to increase truth, beauty, and goodness have genuine significance in the cosmic process. 38. John Dewey, Democracy and Education. In the rapidly changing America of the early 20th century, where industrialization and urbanization created new challenges for democratic institutions and individual development, there lived a philosopher whose faith in human intelligence and cooperative inquiry would reshape approaches to education, politics, and social reform. John Dewey argued that philosophy should abandon abstract speculation and focus on solving the practical problems that hindered human flourishing in contemporary society. Dewey viewed thinking as a form of problem solving that emerged when habitual responses proved inadequate to new situations. Intelligence was not a faculty for grasping eternal truths, but a tool for reconstructing experience in ways that better satisfied human needs and purposes. This experimental approach should be applied not only to scientific research, but to moral, political, and educational questions that affected the quality of human life. The philosopher understood democracy not merely as a form of government, but as a way of life based on faith in human intelligence and commitment to shared inquiry. Democratic communities encouraged all members to contribute their perspectives to collective problem solving, while remaining open to revising their beliefs based on new evidence and experience. This required educational institutions that developed critical thinking skills and social attitudes, rather than simply transmitting fixed information. Dewey advocated progressive education that connected learning to students' interests and experiences while gradually expanding their capacity for intelligent action in complex social situations. Children learn best through engaging in meaningful activities that require them to think, experiment, and collaborate with others. The goal was not to fill passive minds with predetermined content, but to develop active intelligence that could adapt creatively to changing circumstances while maintaining commitment to democratic values. As you prepare for sleep, reflect on your own ongoing education through experience, trusting in your capacity for growth and your ability to contribute to the collective intelligence that can solve humanity's problems through patient inquiry and cooperative effort. 39. Henri Bergson, Élan vital and the stream of consciousness. In the Belle Époque Paris, where artistic innovation flourished alongside scientific discovery, there lived a philosopher whose insights into time, memory, and creative evolution would profoundly influence both intellectual culture and popular imagination. Henri Bergson argued that mechanical models borrowed from physics could not adequately explain the fundamental features of life and consciousness, which required new concepts that captured their essentially temporal and creative nature. Bergson distinguished between two kinds of time: the mechanical time of physics, which could be spatialized and measured by clocks, and the lived time of consciousness, which flowed in an indivisible stream where past, present, and future interpenetrated each other. Memory was not simply storage of past experiences, but the active presence of the past in current perception, allowing consciousness to accumulate experience and respond creatively to new situations. The philosopher developed the concept of élan vital, vital impulse, to explain the creative force that drove biological evolution in human consciousness beyond what purely mechanical processes could account for. This was not a mystical addition to natural processes, but the temporal dimension that made genuine novelty possible. Life was essentially creative, constantly generating new forms and possibilities that could not be predicted from prior conditions. Bergson argued that intuition could grasp the temporal flow of reality more directly than analytical intelligence, which necessarily spatialized and fragmented what was essentially dynamic and unified. Artistic creation and mystical experience provided access to this deeper level of reality that conceptual thinking could only approach indirectly. The goal was not to abandon analysis, but to complement it with intuitive insight that captured life's creative essence. As you settle into sleep, feel yourself as part of this creative evolutionary process where each moment brings genuine novelty, trusting in the vital impulse that carries life forward into unknown possibilities, and resting in the flowing stream of consciousness that connects you to the deeper rhythms of cosmic creativity. 40. Edmund Husserl, Phenomenology and the Return to Things Themselves. In the academic atmosphere of early 20th century Germany, where traditional philosophical systems seemed inadequate to address the crisis of European civilization, there lived a mathematician turned philosopher whose careful attention to the structures of consciousness would create an entirely new philosophical method. Edmund Husserl developed phenomenology as a rigorous science of consciousness that could provide certain foundations for knowledge by examining phenomena exactly as they appeared to awareness, without assumptions about their ultimate nature. Husserl advocated a return to the things themselves, not to objects as they exist independently of consciousness, but to the phenomena as they actually present themselves in experience. This required a methodological epoche, or bracketing, that suspended judgment about the natural attitude's assumptions while focusing purely on how things appeared to consciousness. This was not skepticism about the external world, but a methodological discipline that revealed structures of experience usually overlooked. The philosopher discovered that consciousness was always intentional, directed toward objects that were not simply given, but constituted through the active processes of awareness. Perception, memory, imagination, and thought each had their own intentional structures that could be systematically described. Even the sense of temporal flow and personal identity emerged through specific conscious activities that could be analyzed phenomenologically. Husserl's investigations revealed layers of passive synthesis, operating below the level of explicit judgment, showing how consciousness actively constituted the meaningful world of experience through processes that were largely pre-reflective. This opened new possibilities for understanding how meaning emerged in human experience without reducing it to purely psychological or purely logical processes. Phenomenology promised to become a fundamental science that could ground both natural sciences and human sciences in careful description of conscious experience. As you prepare for sleep, practice this phenomenological attention to the pure phenomena of your own experience, the changing qualities of sensation, the flow of thoughts and feelings, the intentional structure of awareness itself, finding in this careful attention a peaceful return to the immediate richness of conscious life before it becomes overlaid with theoretical interpretation. 41. Martin Heidegger, Being and Time. In the Black Forest of southwestern Germany, where ancient trees and mountain paths invited contemplation of humanity's place in the natural world, there lived a philosopher whose fundamental questioning of the meaning of being would profoundly influence 20th century thought. Martin Heidegger argued that Western philosophy had forgotten the most basic question, what does it mean for anything to be? And that recovering this question was essential for understanding both human existence and the contemporary crisis of technological civilization. Heidegger analyzed human existence, or Dasein, literally being there, as the unique kind of being for whom being itself was a question. Unlike other entities that simply exist, humans are always already thrown into a world of meanings and possibilities that they must navigate and choose among. This thrownness, Geworfenheit, combined with the projection of possibilities, Entwurf, to create the temporal structure of human existence that was always already ahead of itself while dealing with inherited situations. The philosopher argued that authentic existence required facing up to one's own most possibility, death, which individualized each person and revealed the finitude that gave urgency and meaning to human choices. Most people fled from this anxiety-provoking confrontation with finitude into the comfortable conformity of the they, the man, losing themselves in idle talk, curiosity, and ambiguity that concealed rather than revealed authentic possibility. Heidegger saw modern technology as the culmination of Western metaphysics' tendency to view beings as resources available for manipulation and control. This enframing Gestell threatened to obscure being itself, reducing everything, including humans, to standing reserve. Yet within this danger lay the possibility of a new beginning that could recover a more primordial relationship to being through thinking that let beings be rather than trying to master them. As you prepare for sleep, contemplate your own existence as this unique being for whom being is a question, feeling the weight and wonder of your own thrownness into this particular historical moment, while remaining open to the authentic possibilities that emerge when you face honestly the finite and temporal nature of your own existence. 42. Jean-Paul Sartre, existence precedes essence. In the cafes of wartime and post-war Paris, where intellectuals gathered to discuss literature, politics, and philosophy amid the uncertainties of a rapidly changing world, there lived a writer-philosopher whose existentialist vision of human freedom would capture the imagination of a generation seeking authentic ways to live without traditional religious and moral authorities. Jean-Paul Sartre argued that human beings were condemned to be free, thrown into existence without predetermined purpose, but capable of creating meaning through their choices and actions. Sartre's famous formula, existence precedes essence, meant that humans exist first, and only later create their essence through the choices they make. Unlike a paper knife, which is created with a specific purpose in mind, human beings appear in the world without instructions or predetermined function. This radical freedom was both exhilarating and terrifying, creating the anxiety and responsibility that characterized authentic human existence. The philosopher argued that consciousness was essentially nothingness, a kind of gap or lack in being that allowed for questioning, negation, and transcendence of given situations. Bad faith occurred when people pretended they were things with fixed natures, rather than free consciousness capable of self-creation. They might claim they had no choice but to fulfill social roles or follow conventional expectations, but this was self-deception that denied their fundamental freedom. Sartre extended his analysis to interpersonal relationships and political action, arguing that authentic existence required recognizing both one's own freedom and the freedom of others. Hell is other people, not because others were necessarily evil, but because their look could turn one into an object rather than recognizing one's subjectivity. The goal was to create relationships and social institutions that respected human freedom rather than trying to escape from it through various forms of bad faith. As you settle into sleep, embrace the awesome responsibility of your own freedom to create yourself through your choices, finding peace not in predetermined purpose, but in the courage to define your own values and meanings while respecting the equal freedom of all other conscious beings to do the same. 43. Simone de Beauvoir, The Second Sex and Situated Freedom. In the intellectual ferment of 20th century Paris, where traditional assumptions about gender, politics, and human nature were being challenged by writers and philosophers seeking more authentic ways of living, there lived a brilliant thinker whose analysis of women's situation would become foundational for feminist philosophy and political action. Simone de Beauvoir applied existentialist insights about freedom and self-creation to understand how social conditions could limit or enable authentic human development. De Beauvoir argued that women had been defined as the other in relation to men, who represented the universal human norm. One is not born, but rather becomes a woman, she wrote, showing how gender was a social construction that channeled women into dependent and immanent roles rather than allowing them to transcend their situations through free choice and creative action. This otherness was not natural, but created through historical and social processes that could be changed. The philosopher analyzed how economic dependence, limited educational opportunities, and social expectations conspired to keep women in situations of immanence rather than transcendence. Marriage and motherhood, as typically organized, prevented women from pursuing independent projects that would allow them to create themselves through their own choices. This was not an argument against relationships or children, but against social arrangements that made these incompatible with women's full human development. De Beauvoir emphasized that liberation required both individual recognition of one's freedom and collective action to change the social conditions that constrained that freedom. Women needed economic independence, educational equality, and control over reproduction to have genuine choices about how to live their lives. But men also benefited from women's liberation, since relationships between equals were more authentic and fulfilling than those based on domination and dependence. As you prepare for sleep, reflect on your own situated freedom, the ways your particular circumstances both limit and enable your choices, while remaining committed to expanding the possibilities for authentic existence for yourself and all others who face barriers to full human development. 44. Albert Camus, The Absurd and Revolt. On the sun-drenched shores of Algeria, where Mediterranean light revealed both the beauty and indifference of the natural world, there lived a writer-philosopher whose confrontation with the absurd condition of human existence would offer a path toward dignity and solidarity that required neither religious faith nor philosophical systems. Albert Camus argued that the fundamental human need for meaning inevitably collided with a universe that remained silent to our questions, creating an absurd condition that could be faced with honesty and courage. Camus described the absurd as emerging from the confrontation between human need for rational explanation and the world's unreasonable silence. We demand answers to questions about purpose, justice, and ultimate meaning, but the universe provides no clear responses. This was not a problem to be solved through philosophy or religion, but a permanent condition that defined human existence. The only serious philosophical problem was whether life was worth living despite this absurdity. The philosopher rejected both suicide and philosophical suicide, the leap into religious or ideological systems that promise to resolve the absurd by denying one of its terms. Instead, he advocated revolt, which meant continuing to live and act while maintaining full awareness of life's ultimate meaninglessness. This revolt was not political revolution, but metaphysical rebellion against the human condition, a refusal to accept despair while avoiding false hope. Camus found models for absurd heroism in figures like Sisyphus, condemned to push a boulder up a mountain for eternity. We must imagine Sisyphus happy, Camus suggested, because his dignity lay not in achieving final success, but in maintaining his humanity through continuous effort. This absurd heroism created its own meaning through the quality of attention and care brought to each moment, even without ultimate justification. His last words to Camus: as you settle into sleep, embrace this lucid acceptance of life's fundamental absurdity while maintaining your commitment to human dignity and solidarity, finding peace not in false consolations, but in the courage to live fully within the limits of human condition, creating your own meaning through the quality of your attention and care for the world. 45. Ludwig Wittgenstein, Language, Games, and Forms of Life. In the quiet isolation of rural Austria, and later in the colleges of Cambridge, there lived a philosopher whose revolutionary insights about language would transform 20th century philosophy by showing that many traditional philosophical problems arose from misunderstanding how language actually functions in human life. Ludwig Wittgenstein argued that meaning was not correspondence between words and objects, but emerged through the use of language in specific contexts and activities that he called language games. Wittgenstein's early work had attempted to show the logical structure that language and reality must share, but his later philosophy abandoned this approach in favor of careful attention to how language actually worked in ordinary human activities. Words gained meaning not through pointing to external objects, but through their role in forms of life. The complex weaves of activity, tradition, and shared understanding that constituted human communities. The philosopher used the metaphor of language games to show how different uses of language had their own rules and criteria for success. Scientific discourse, religious prayer, artistic expression, and everyday conversation each constituted different language games with their own internal logic. Philosophical confusion often arose from trying to apply the rules of one language game to another context where they did not belong. Wittgenstein argued that philosophical problems often dissolved when one looked carefully at how language was actually being used rather than how philosophers thought it should work. The idea of a private language that only one person could understand was incoherent because language was essentially public, requiring shared criteria for correct use. Pain, for example, gained its meaning not through private introspection, but through the public language game of pain behavior and response. As you prepare for sleep, rest in this vision of meaning as emerging through shared human activity and understanding, finding peace in your participation in the complex forms of life that connect you to others through language, tradition, and common purpose. Trusting that meaning is not something hidden beneath words, but something created through the living use of language in community with others. 46. Bertrand Russell, Logical Analysis and Intellectual Honesty. In the halls of Cambridge University and the peace movements of the 20th century, there lived a philosopher whose combination of rigorous logical analysis and passionate social commitment demonstrated that intellectual precision and moral conviction could work together rather than conflict. Bertrand Russell applied mathematical logic to philosophical problems while advocating for peace, education, and rational approaches to human affairs. Russell developed logical analysis as a method for clarifying philosophical problems by examining their underlying logical structure. Many traditional philosophical puzzles, he argued, arose from grammatical confusion rather than genuine conceptual difficulties. When statements were translated into their proper logical form, apparent paradoxes often disappeared and real problems could be addressed more effectively. The philosopher's theory of descriptions showed how apparently meaningful statements about non-existent objects could be analyzed without assuming that these objects must somehow exist. The present King of France is bald was not about a mysterious non-existent entity, but was simply a complex statement that happened to be false because there was no present King of France. This logical analysis dissolved metaphysical puzzles while preserving common sense. Russell combined his logical work with passionate advocacy for intellectual honesty and social reform. He argued that education should develop critical thinking rather than promoting conformity to traditional beliefs. War and economic inequality arose partly from irrational thinking that could be reduced through better education and clearer reasoning. Philosophy's task was not only to understand the world, but to contribute to making it more rational and humane. As you prepare for sleep, embrace this commitment to intellectual honesty that seeks truth, regardless of its convenience for established beliefs or personal preferences, finding peace in the clarity that comes from careful thinking and the courage to follow evidence wherever it leads, while maintaining hope that human reason can gradually reduce the amount of unnecessary suffering in the world. 47. Alfred North Whitehead, Process, Philosophy, and Creative Advance. In the intellectual ferment of early 20th century Harvard, where mathematics, science, and philosophy intersected in new and creative ways, there lived a thinker whose process philosophy offered a vision of reality as fundamentally creative and experiential rather than mechanical and lifeless. Alfred North Whitehead argued that the traditional scientific worldview, while successful within its own domain, could not account for the emergence of life, consciousness, and values that were equally real aspects of the universe. Whitehead developed a metaphysics of actual occasions of experience that were the fundamental constituents of reality. Each actual occasion was a momentary event that prehended or took account of its environment, integrated these influences according to its own subjective aim, and then perished to become part of the environment for subsequent occasions. This made creativity rather than substance the ultimate metaphysical principle. The philosopher argued that every actual occasion had both physical and mental poles, making experience rather than matter the basic category for understanding reality. Human consciousness was a highly complex example of the same kind of experiential activity that characterized all actual occasions, though most were too simple to qualify as conscious in any recognizable sense. This pan-experientialism avoided both materialistic reductionism and supernatural dualism. Whitehead understood God not as an exception to metaphysical principles, but as their chief exemplification, the actual entity that provided initial aims for all other occasions while being influenced by their achievements. This God was neither omnipotent nor impassible, but was the cosmic companion who suffered with the world while luring it toward greater beauty, truth, and intensity of experience. The universe was engaged in a creative advance toward novelty that included both achievement and perishing, triumph and tragedy. As you settle into sleep, feel yourself as part of this cosmic process of creative advance, where each moment of experience contributes something genuinely new to the ongoing evolution of the universe. Finding peace in your participation in this larger creativity that includes both your joys and sorrows within a divine tenderness that never loses what is achieved while continuously opening toward new possibilities. 48. John Rawls, Justice as Fairness and the Veil of Ignorance. In the America of the mid-20th century, where civil rights movements and social upheavals raised fundamental questions about justice and equality, there lived a political philosopher whose systematic approach to fairness would profoundly influence debates about the proper organization of democratic societies. John Rawls developed a theory of justice that attempted to identify principles that rational people would choose if they did not know their particular position in society. Rawls proposed a thought experiment called the original position, where rational choosers operated behind a veil of ignorance that prevented them from knowing their race, gender, class, talents, or conception of the good life. In this position of uncertainty, they would need to choose principles of justice that they could live with, regardless of which particular position they ended up occupying in the resulting society. The philosopher argued that people in the original position would choose two principles of justice. First, that each person should have equal liberty compatible with similar liberty for others, and second, that social and economic inequalities should be arranged to benefit the least advantaged members of society while being attached to positions open to all under conditions of fair equality of opportunity. Rawls defended this difference principle by arguing that rational choosers who might end up among the worst off would not accept inequalities unless those inequalities somehow benefited them. This provided a systematic justification for welfare state policies that redistributed resources to help the disadvantaged while still allowing incentives for productive effort and innovation. Justice as fairness offered a middle path between libertarian and socialist approaches to social organization. As you prepare for sleep, reflect on this vision of a just society, where social institutions are designed as if we did not know our particular advantages or disadvantages, finding peace in the ideal of cooperation on terms that all reasonable people could accept, regardless of their particular circumstances, and resting in the hope that human societies can gradually approximate greater fairness through democratic deliberation, guided by principles that respect the equal dignity of all persons. 49. Martha Nussbaum, The Capabilities Approach and Human Flourishing. In the interdisciplinary world of contemporary scholarship, where philosophy engages with economics, law, and public policy to address practical questions about human development, there lives a philosopher whose capabilities AARP approach offers a framework for thinking about what societies owe their members if they are to live truly human lives. Martha Nussbaum argues that the goal of political arrangements should be enabling all people to develop and exercise the capabilities that are central to human flourishing. Nussbaum develops a list of central human capabilities that includes life, bodily health, bodily integrity, practical reason, affiliation with others, play, and control over one's environment. These capabilities represent what people should actually be able to do and be, not just what resources they have access to. A society that provided adequate income but no opportunities for education, political participation, or meaningful relationships would still fail to support full human development. The philosopher emphasizes that capabilities should be available to all people regardless of their particular talents, circumstances, or choices about how to live. The goal is not to force people to exercise all capabilities, but to ensure that they have genuine opportunities to do so. Some people might choose simpler lives that did not utilize all their potential, but this choice should be free rather than constrained by poverty, discrimination, or lack of social support. Nussbaum applies this framework to questions of international development, disability rights, education policy, and gender equality, showing how abstract philosophical principles can provide practical guidance for creating more just institutions. The capabilities approach offers a middle ground between purely procedural approaches that focus only on fair rules and perfectionist approaches that impose particular conceptions of the good life on everyone. As you settle into sleep, consider your own capabilities and how they have been supported or constrained by social arrangements. finding peace in the vision of human societies organized to enable all people to develop their potential for reasoning, relating, creating, and flourishing as the particular individuals they are called to become. 50. Peter Singer, Utilitarian Ethics and Animal Liberation. In the globalized world of the late 20th and early 21st centuries, where human actions affect beings across vast distances and species boundaries, there lives a philosopher whose consistent application of utilitarian principles challenges comfortable assumptions about moral consideration and practical obligation. Peter Singer argues that the capacity to suffer, not species membership or cognitive sophistication, should determine which beings deserve moral consideration in our calculations about right and wrong. Singer applies the principle of equal consideration of interests to argue that animal suffering should count equally with human suffering of similar intensity and duration. Since many animals clearly experience pain and distress, practices that cause unnecessary animal suffering, such as factory farming and some forms of scientific experimentation, are morally unjustifiable even if they provide benefits to humans. This argument does not require attributing complex cognitive abilities to animals, but only recognizing their capacity for subjective experience. The philosopher extends utilitarian reasoning to global poverty, arguing that affluent people have strong obligations to donate significant portions of their income to effective charities that can prevent suffering and save lives in developing countries. The principle that we should prevent bad things from happening when we can do so at relatively small cost to ourselves creates demanding obligations that most people in wealthy countries currently ignore. Singer advocates for effective altruism, the use of reason and evidence to determine how to do the most good possible with one's resources. This approach requires setting aside emotional attachments and cultural biases to focus on interventions that actually help the most beings or prevent the most suffering. Sometimes this means supporting causes that are less emotionally appealing but more cost-effective in reducing total suffering. As you prepare for sleep, expand your circle of moral concern to include all sentient beings capable of suffering, finding peace in the recognition that your daily choices about consumption, donation, and lifestyle can contribute to reducing the total amount of unnecessary suffering in the world, and resting in the hope that human moral reasoning can gradually extend justice and compassion beyond the traditional boundaries of tribe, nation, and species. 51. Daniel Dennett, Consciousness Explained and Darwin's Dangerous Idea. In the cognitive revolution of the late 20th century, where neuroscience, computer science, and philosophy converged to investigate the nature of mind and consciousness, there lived a philosopher whose naturalistic approach sought to explain mental phenomena without invoking mysterious substances or supernatural processes. Daniel Dennett argued that consciousness, rather than being an inexplicable mystery, could be understood as an emergent property of complex information processing systems like brains. Dennett challenged the intuitive idea that consciousness involved a central observer, or Cartesian theater, where mental contents were displayed for inspection by an inner self. Instead, he proposed a multiple drafts model, where consciousness emerged from parallel processing streams that generated competing interpretations of sensory input without any single location where everything came together. The sense of unified conscious experience was itself a kind of useful fiction created by these distributed processes. The philosopher applied evolutionary thinking to understand how minds and cultures developed over time. Darwin's dangerous idea was that design could emerge from undirected natural processes without requiring an intelligent designer. This principle applied not only to biological evolution, but to the development of languages, technologies, and ideas that evolved through variation and selection without conscious planning or divine guidance. Dennett argued that human beings were essentially biological machines whose sense of free will and moral responsibility emerged from our capacity for complex reasoning about future consequences and social cooperation. This deflationary approach to traditional philosophical concepts was not meant to diminish human dignity, but to show how remarkable abilities could emerge from natural processes that were themselves comprehensible through scientific investigation. As you settle into sleep, rest in this naturalistic vision that finds wonder in the emergence of consciousness, creativity, and moral reasoning from the complex dance of neurons and synapses that constitutes your brain, trusting that understanding the mechanisms behind mental life enhances, rather than diminishes, appreciation for the remarkable phenomenon of awareness that allows you to contemplate your own existence and place in the natural world. 52. Thomas Nagel, What is it like to be a bat? In the philosophical landscape of the late 20th century, where materialist approaches to consciousness seemed to explain everything about mental life except the most essential feature, subjective experience itself, there lived a philosopher whose careful analysis of the mind-body problem revealed the depth of mysteries that physicalism could not easily solve. Thomas Nagel argued that consciousness presented fundamental challenges to purely objective approaches to understanding reality. Nagel's famous thought experiment asked what it would be like to be a bat, a creature whose sensory world of echolocation was radically different from human experience. Even if we understood all the neurophysiological processes involved in bat navigation, we would still lack access to the subjective quality of what it felt like from the inside to experience the world through sonar. This suggested that objective physical science might be inherently limited in its ability to capture the qualitative nature of conscious experience. The philosopher argued that consciousness posed a particularly hard problem because it seemed to require a fundamentally subjective perspective that could not be captured through purely objective methods. Physical science succeeded by eliminating subjective perspectives in favor of mathematical descriptions that anyone could verify, but consciousness was precisely the existence of subjective perspectives. This created a conceptual gap that might require new forms of understanding that could bridge objective and subjective approaches. Nagel remained agnostic about whether consciousness would ultimately be explainable through physical processes or whether it pointed toward fundamental features of reality that current science could not accommodate. He advocated for philosophical humility that acknowledged the limits of current understanding while remaining open to future developments that might resolve apparent mysteries. The goal was neither to defend supernatural explanations nor to dismiss genuine puzzles, but to think carefully about what we actually knew and what remained mysterious. As you prepare for sleep, appreciate the profound mystery of your own subjective experience. The simple fact that there is something it is like to be you, finding peace in this immediate access to the qualitative dimension of existence that makes all knowledge and experience possible, while remaining humble about the ultimate nature of consciousness and its place in the natural world. 53. David Chalmers, The Hard Problem of Consciousness. In the interdisciplinary field of consciousness studies that emerged in the late 20th century, where philosophers, neuroscientists, and cognitive scientists collaborated to understand the nature of mind, there lives a philosopher whose systematic analysis of consciousness has focused attention on what may be the deepest mystery in the natural world. David Chalmers distinguishes between the easy problems of consciousness, explaining cognitive functions like attention, memory, and information processing, and the hard problem of explaining why there is subjective experience at all. Chalmers argues that even if we completely understood all the neural mechanisms involved in perception, cognition, and behavior, we would still face the mystery of why these processes are accompanied by inner experience rather than occurring in the dark without any subjective dimension. This explanatory gap suggests that consciousness might be a fundamental feature of reality, like mass or charge, rather than something that emerges from complex arrangements of purely physical components. The philosopher has explored various approaches to the hard problem, including property dualism, the view that consciousness involves non-physical properties, panpsychism, the view that consciousness is a basic feature of all matter, and functionalism, the view that consciousness could be realized in any system with the right kind of information processing. Each approach faces significant challenges, suggesting that solving the hard problem may require conceptual revolutions comparable to those that occurred in physics during the 20th century. Chalmers maintains that taking consciousness seriously as a natural phenomenon requires developing new theoretical frameworks that can accommodate both objective physical processes and subjective experiential qualities. This might involve expanding our conception of the natural world, rather than eliminating consciousness or reducing it to something it clearly is not. The goal is a naturalistic approach that includes, rather than explains away, the manifest reality of conscious experience. As you settle into sleep, marvel at the sheer existence of your own awareness, the fact that the universe contains not just information processing, but actual experience, sensation, and feeling. Finding peace in your participation in this cosmic mystery that makes the world not just a collection of particles in motion, but a reality that knows itself from within through countless centers of subjective experience. 54. Jürgen Habermas, Communicative Action and the Public Sphere. In post-war Germany, where the task of rebuilding democratic institutions required confronting the historical legacy of authoritarianism and developing new forms of public discourse, there lives a philosopher whose theory of communicative action offers hope for rational, democratic deliberation in complex, modern societies. Jürgen Habermas argues that human language contains an inherent orientation toward mutual understanding that provides the foundation for legitimate political authority and social cooperation. Habermas distinguishes between strategic action, where people use language instrumentally to achieve their own goals, and communicative action, where people genuinely seek mutual understanding through rational dialogue. Communicative action requires participants to make validity claims about truth, rightness, and sincerity that others can challenge and defend through reasoned argument. This creates an ideal speech situation where the better argument rather than force or manipulation determines outcomes. The philosopher traces the historical development of the public sphere, the realm of civil society where private people come together to debate public concerns through rational discourse. The bourgeois public sphere that emerged in 18th century Europe provided a model for democratic legitimacy based on informed public opinion rather than traditional authority. However, this public sphere has been colonized by market forces and administrative power that distort communication and undermine genuine democratic participation. Habermas advocates for deliberative democracy that seeks to revitalize the public sphere through institutions and procedures that promote rational discourse about common concerns. This requires protecting communicative spaces from the distorting influences of money and administrative power, while ensuring equal access and participation for all affected parties. Democratic legitimacy emerges from the quality of public deliberation, rather than from majority vote alone. As you prepare for sleep, reflect on your own participation in the ongoing human conversation about how to live together justly and peacefully, finding peace in the recognition that sincere communication oriented toward mutual understanding contains the seeds of democratic cooperation that can transcend particular interests and cultural differences. 55. Alistair MacIntyre, After Virtue and Narrative Unity. In the moral confusion of late 20th century Western societies, where traditional ethical frameworks had lost their authority without being replaced by convincing alternatives, there lives a philosopher whose historical analysis of moral philosophy offers both diagnosis of contemporary problems and hope for recovering. MacIntyre traces the historical development of virtue ethics from Aristotle through medieval Thomism to its fragmentation during the Enlightenment. Modern moral philosophy, attempting to ground ethics in universal reason alone, lost the sense of human life as directed toward specific ends or purposes that gave content to virtue concepts. Without agreement about human flourishing, moral arguments became interminable debates between incommensurable positions. The philosopher argues that virtues can only be understood within particular traditions of moral inquiry that provide shared practices, standards of excellence, and conceptions of the good life. These traditions give narrative structure to individual lives, allowing people to understand their actions as contributing to ongoing stories that connect past, present, and future. Moral education requires initiation into such traditions, rather than abstract reasoning about universal principles. McIntyre sees hope for moral renewal in communities that maintain living traditions capable of moral formation and rational debate about human flourishing. These might include religious communities, craft guilds, or academic disciplines that embody shared practices with internal standards of excellence. The goal is not to return to pre-modern societies, but to recover the possibility of rational moral discourse rooted in particular traditions, while remaining open to learning from other traditions. As you prepare for sleep, consider your own life as part of ongoing narratives that connect you to traditions of meaning and value, finding peace in your participation in practices that have their own internal goods and standards of excellence, and resting in the hope that authentic moral community remains possible, even in pluralistic modern societies. 56. Charles Taylor, The Sources of the Self and Recognition. In the multicultural societies of the late 20th and early 21st centuries, where questions of identity, authenticity, and recognition have become central to both personal development and political conflict, there lives a philosopher whose exploration of modern selfhood reveals both the achievements and the spiritual costs of secular modernity. Charles Taylor argues that contemporary identity crises reflect deeper changes in the moral frameworks that give meaning and direction to human lives. Taylor traces the historical development of modern individualism from its origins in Christianity, inwardness through Enlightenment rationalism, to contemporary expressivist culture. Each transition involved both gains and losses, greater personal freedom but weakened social bonds, expanded individual rights but diminished sense of cosmic purpose, authentic self-expression but narcissistic self-absorption. Modern selves face the burden of creating their own meaning without traditional authorities to guide them. The philosopher argues that human beings are fundamentally dialogical creatures whose sense of self emerges through relationships with significant others and participation in shared languages of meaning. Recognition from others is not just a psychological need, but a fundamental requirement for developing coherent identity. Misrecognition or non-recognition can cause real harm by imprisoning people in false or demeaning images of themselves. Taylor applies this analysis to contemporary politics of multiculturalism, arguing that liberal societies must find ways to recognize the distinct identities of different cultural groups while maintaining shared civic commitments. This requires moving beyond procedural liberalism that claims neutrality toward different conceptions of the good life towards substantive commitments that can support diverse forms of human flourishing. The goal is differentiated citizenship that combines universal rights with particular recognitions. As you settle into sleep, reflect on your own identity as shaped through relationships and recognition from others, finding peace in your participation in ongoing dialogues about meaning and value that connect you to both particular communities and universal human aspirations for dignity and authentic self-expression. 57. Robert Nozick, Anarchy, State, and Utopia. In the America of the 1970s, where debates about the proper scope of government and individual rights were intensified by civil rights movements and expanding welfare programs, there lived a political philosopher whose libertarian theory challenged prevailing assumptions about distributive justice and the legitimate functions of the state. Robert Nozick argued that individual rights were so fundamental that they strictly limited what governments could do to people, even for seemingly beneficial purposes. Nozick developed an entitlement theory of justice that focused on how people acquired and transferred holdings rather than on end-state patterns of distribution. If someone acquired property through legitimate means, either through mixing their labor with natural resources, or through voluntary exchange with someone who had legitimate title, then they were entitled to that property regardless of how the overall distribution looked. Taxation for redistribution was equivalent to forced labor if it took the products of people's work without their consent. The philosopher used thought experiments like the Wilt-Chamberlain example to show how patterned principles of justice were unstable. If people started with any particular distribution, their voluntary transactions would inevitably upset that pattern unless the government continuously interfered with their freedom. This suggested that individual liberty and distributive justice were in fundamental tension, and that liberty should take priority. Nozick argued that the minimal state, limited to protecting people against force, fraud, and theft, was both necessary and sufficient for justice. Anything more extensive violated individual rights, while anything less failed to protect those rights adequately. This minimal state could emerge through an invisible hand process from competing protective agencies without anyone's rights being violated, showing that political authority could be legitimate without requiring unanimous consent to an original social contract. As you prepare for sleep, consider your own relationship to property, voluntary association, and the proper limits of political authority, finding peace in this vision of social cooperation based on respect for individual rights and voluntary exchange, while reflecting on the continuing challenges of balancing liberty with other important values in complex modern societies. 58. Ronald Dworkin. Law as integrity and equal concern. In the Anglo-American legal tradition, where judges must interpret constitutional principles and statutory language to decide particular cases, there lived a legal philosopher whose theory of law as integrity offered a middle path between mechanical rule following and arbitrary judicial legislation. Ronald Dworkin argued that legal interpretation required judges to construct the best possible justification for existing legal materials, while showing equal concern and respect for all citizens affected by legal decisions. Dworkin distinguished between rules that applied mechanically when their conditions were met and principles that provided reasons for decisions without determining outcomes automatically. Legal systems contained both explicit rules and implicit principles that judges had to identify and apply through interpretive judgment. This interpretation was not subjective, but was constrained by the requirement to fit existing legal materials while making them the best they could be from a moral and political standpoint. The philosopher argued that legitimate political authority required treating all citizens with equal concern and respect, which meant both taking their interests seriously in policy decisions and respecting their status as responsible agents capable of forming and acting on their own judgments about how to live. This principle of equal concern and respect provided the foundation for both democratic decision-making and individual rights that could trump majority preferences. Dworkin applied this framework to controversial issues like abortion, affirmative action, and physician-assisted dying, showing how constitutional interpretation could be principled without being mechanical. Judges should see themselves as participants in an ongoing enterprise of political morality that seeks to make the law the best it can be while remaining faithful to the democratic decisions embodied in constitutions and statutes. As you prepare for sleep, reflect on this vision of law as a cooperative enterprise, dedicated to treating all persons with equal dignity and respect, finding peace in the aspiration toward justice that can guide legal institutions even when people disagree about particular moral and political questions. 59. Amartya Sen. Development as Freedom and the Capability Approach. In the post-colonial world where newly independent nations struggled with poverty, inequality, and development challenges, there lives an economist-philosopher whose capability approach has revolutionized thinking about human development and the goals of public policy. Amartya Sen argues that development should be measured not just by economic growth or resource distribution, but by the expansion of human freedoms. The real opportunities people have to live the kinds of lives they have reason to value. Sen distinguishes between different types of freedoms that contribute to human development: political freedoms, democracy and civil rights; economic facilities, opportunities for economic participation; social opportunities, education and healthcare; transparency, guarantees open communication and disclosure, and protective security, social safety nets. These freedoms are both ends in themselves and means to further development, as free people are better able to identify and pursue their own priorities. The philosophers' work on famines revealed that food crises typically resulted not from absolute food shortage, but from failures of entitlement, people's legal and economic ability to acquire food. Democratic countries with free press rarely experienced famines because political incentives motivated governments to prevent them. This demonstrated the practical importance of political and civil rights for addressing basic human needs. Sen advocates for public reasoning as the foundation for democratic development policy, arguing that people should have opportunities to participate in debates about the goals and methods of development programs that affect their lives. Different cultural traditions may emphasize different aspects of human flourishing, but this diversity can enrich rather than undermine the pursuit of development that expands human capability. As you settle into sleep, consider your own freedoms and capabilities, the real opportunities you have to pursue education, meaningful work, political participation, and social relationships. Finding peace in this vision of development that honors both individual agency and social cooperation in creating conditions where all people can flourish according to their own understanding of what makes life worthwhile. 60. Judith Butler, Gender Performativity and Identity Formation. In the feminist and queer theory movements of the late 20th century, where traditional assumptions about gender, sexuality, and identity were being challenged through both scholarship and activism, there lies a philosopher whose analysis of gender performativity has profoundly influenced understanding of how social identities are constructed and maintained through repeated practices rather than flowing from essential inner natures. Butler argues that gender is not a stable identity or essential property of individuals, but a series of repeated acts and performances that create the illusion of a natural, coherent identity. These performances are not freely chosen, but are constrained by regulatory norms that define which ways of embodying gender count as intelligible and acceptable within particular social contexts. The apparent naturalness of gender categories conceals their historical construction through ongoing social processes. The philosopher extends this analysis to the relationship between sex and gender, arguing that biological sex is itself interpreted through cultural frameworks rather than providing a natural foundation for gender differences. The two-sex model that seems obvious to contemporary Western societies has its own history and represents particular ways of organizing and interpreting bodily differences rather than simply discovering natural facts. Butler's work explores how marginalized identities can find agency within constraining social norms through subversive repetition and creative appropriation of dominant cultural categories. Drag performances, for example, can reveal the constructed nature of gender by showing how masculine and feminine presentations are stylized accomplishments rather than natural expressions of inner essence. This opens possibilities for challenging and transforming oppressive norms through strategic inhabitation and revision. As you prepare for sleep, reflect on your own identity as an ongoing performance shaped by social norms but also capable of creative expression and gradual transformation. Finding peace in the recognition that all identities are works in progress that can be revised through conscious choice and social cooperation, while acknowledging the constraints that limit individual freedom to reshape social meanings. 61. Thomas Pogge, Global Justice and Institutional Cosmopolitanism. In the interconnected world of the 21st century, where economic policies in wealthy countries affect living conditions for billions of people across the globe, there lives a political philosopher whose work on global justice challenges comfortable assumptions about moral responsibility and institutional design. Thomas Pogge argues that current global economic arrangements systematically harm the world's poorest people, and that citizens of wealthy countries have negative duties to stop contributing to this harm. Hoge focuses on the institutional order that shapes international economic relationships, showing how rules governing trade, finance, and resource extraction benefit wealthy countries and elites in developing countries, while imposing costs on the global poor. These arrangements are not natural or inevitable, but result from political choices that could be made differently if there were sufficient moral motivation to address global poverty. The philosopher argues that wealthy countries and their citizens bear responsibility for global poverty not only through what they fail to do, positive duties to assist, but through what they actively do, negative duties not to harm. International rules that allow corrupt leaders to sell natural resources, borrow money in their people's name, and purchase weapons while remaining in power contribute to poverty and oppression in developing countries. Hogue proposes institutional reforms like a global resources dividend that would create incentives for better governance while providing funding for basic need satisfaction worldwide. Such reforms would not require massive sacrifice from wealthy countries, but would redirect a small portion of current global economic flows toward addressing urgent humanitarian needs. The goal is institutional cosmopolitanism that recognizes universal human rights while working within existing state structures. As you prepare for sleep, consider your own relationship to global economic systems and the ways your daily consumption choices connect you to people around the world, finding peace in the recognition that institutional changes could dramatically reduce global poverty while respecting both individual freedom and cultural diversity, and resting in hope for greater global justice through reformed international cooperation. 62. Cornel West, Prophetic Christianity and Democratic Hope. In the America of the late 20th and early 21st centuries, where racial injustice persists despite formal legal equality and economic inequality undermines democratic ideals, there lives a philosopher whose prophetic Christianity combines religious faith with social activism in pursuit of radical democratic transformation. Cornel West argues that addressing America's deepest problems requires both spiritual renewal and structural change, guided by the best insights of democratic and Christian traditions. West develops a prophetic pragmatism that combines the American pragmatist emphasis on consequences and experimentation with the biblical prophetic tradition's demand for justice and concern for the oppressed. This approach evaluates ideas and institutions by their effects on the most vulnerable members of society, while remaining open to learning from diverse sources of wisdom and constantly revising strategies based on experience. The philosopher argues that nihilism, the loss of hope and meaning, represents the greatest threat facing African American communities and American society more generally. This nihilism cannot be addressed through political programs alone, but requires cultural and spiritual resources that can sustain people through long struggles for justice. Religious traditions, artistic expression, and democratic ideals can provide such resources when they are creatively appropriated for contemporary challenges. West advocates for democratic socialism that would combine political democracy with economic democracy, ensuring that ordinary people have meaningful voice in both governmental and workplace decisions that affect their lives. This requires coalition building across racial and class lines based on shared commitment to human dignity and democratic participation, rather than narrow identity politics or class interests. As you settle into sleep, draw strength from this vision of prophetic hope that refuses to accept current injustices as permanent, while maintaining faith in the possibility of beloved community, where all people can develop their gifts and contribute to the common good, finding peace in the recognition that individual spiritual development and collective social transformation can support each other in the ongoing struggle for justice and democracy. 63. Bell Hooks, Love as Political Resistance and Critical Pedagogy. In the intersecting movements for racial, gender, and class justice of the late 20th century, there lived a writer and educator whose vision of love as political resistance challenged both conservative defenses of existing hierarchies and radical movements that emphasized anger and confrontation over healing and connection. Bell Hooks argued that transforming oppressive social structures required not only political analysis, but also the cultivation of love as an active force for social change. Hooks distinguished between sentimental love that maintained existing relationships regardless of their effects, and critical love that sought the genuine well-being of both individuals and communities. This love was not passive feeling, but active choice to promote conditions that supported everyone's full human development. It required both compassion for those who suffered under current arrangements and accountability for those who perpetuated harmful systems. The philosopher applied this understanding of love to education, arguing that teaching should be a practice of freedom that honored students' experiences while expanding their critical understanding of social structures that shaped their lives. Critical pedagogy created classroom communities where students and teachers engaged in mutual learning about how to create more just and caring relationships both within educational institutions and in the broader society. Hooks extended her analysis to popular culture, family relationships, and spiritual practice, showing how personal transformation and political change could support each other when guided by ethical commitment to justice and care. The goal was not to eliminate conflict, but to engage it constructively in ways that strengthened rather than destroyed communities. Love required courage to confront harmful behaviors while maintaining hope for healing and growth. As you prepare for sleep, reflect on your own capacity for love as both personal feeling and political commitment, finding peace in the recognition that caring deeply about justice and human flourishing can guide both intimate relationships and social activism, and resting in the hope that communities built on love and critical consciousness can gradually transform the world toward greater justice and shared well-being. 64. Slavoj Žižek, Ideology and the Pervert's Guide to Philosophy. In the post-communist Eastern Europe, where the collapse of official Marxism created opportunities for new forms of critical analysis, there lives a philosopher whose provocative synthesis of psychoanalysis, German idealism, and popular culture offers fresh perspectives on ideology, desire, and political possibility. Slavoj Žižek argues that ideology operates not primarily through explicit beliefs, but through unconscious fantasies that structure our relationship to reality and make existing social arrangements appear natural or inevitable. Žižek draws on Lacanian psychoanalysis to understand how subjects are constituted through their relationship to symbolic orders that both enable and constrain their desires. Ideology works not by convincing people to believe false ideas, but by organizing their enjoyment in ways that support existing power relationships. People often act as if they believe things they intellectually reject, suggesting that ideology operates at a more fundamental level than conscious belief. The philosopher uses examples from popular culture, movies, jokes, advertisements, to reveal the unconscious assumptions that shape contemporary subjectivity. These cultural products both express and manage the anxieties created by social contradictions, providing imaginary resolutions to real conflicts, while making it difficult to envision genuine alternatives to existing arrangements. Žižek argues that genuine political transformation requires not just rational analysis, but also working through the unconscious attachments that bind people to oppressive systems. This might involve embracing rather than avoiding the contradictions and antagonisms that ideological fantasy attempts to resolve, opening space for new forms of political subjectivity that are not captured by existing categories. As you prepare for sleep, consider the unconscious assumptions and fantasies that shape your own relationship to social reality, finding peace in the recognition that becoming aware of ideological mechanisms can create possibilities for greater freedom and authentic political engagement, even when this awareness creates discomfort by revealing the constructed nature of what appears natural and inevitable. 65. Kwame Anthony Appiah, Cosmopolitan Ethics and Cultural Identity. In the globalized world of the 21st century, where people routinely encounter different cultures through travel, immigration, and digital communication, there lives a philosopher whose cosmopolitan ethics offers a framework for respecting both universal human values and particular cultural attachments. Kwame Anthony Appiah argues that we can be both rooted in specific traditions and open to learning from the full range of human cultural achievement. Appiah distinguishes between different types of cosmopolitanism: political cosmopolitanism, that extends moral concern to all human beings regardless of their particular affiliations, and cultural cosmopolitanism, that values exposure to diverse ways of life and thought. These two commitments can work together when we recognize that cultural diversity itself is valuable for human flourishing, and that particular traditions contribute to universal human heritage. The philosopher challenges both relativistic multiculturalism that treats all cultural practices as equally valid and ethnocentric universalism that assumes one particular tradition contains all moral truth. Instead, he advocates for conversation across cultural boundaries that takes seriously both universal human interests and particular cultural values, while remaining open to mutual learning and gradual convergence where this seems beneficial. Appiah applies this framework to contemporary debates about immigration, cultural preservation, and global justice, arguing for policies that protect both human rights and cultural diversity. This requires moving beyond simple tolerance toward active engagement with different ways of life, seeking to understand how various traditions address universal human challenges like meaning, relationship, and moral obligation. As you settle into sleep, appreciate your own complex identity that combines universal human nature with particular cultural inheritance, finding peace in the recognition that you can be loyal to your own traditions while remaining open to wisdom from other cultures, and resting in the cosmopolitan hope that human conversation across differences can gradually expand understanding and reduce unnecessary conflict. 66. Miranda Fricker, Epistemic Injustice and Testimonial Knowledge. In the contemporary world, where access to knowledge and credibility in communication are distributed unequally along lines of gender, race, class, and other social identities, there lives a philosopher whose work on epistemic injustice reveals how systems of knowledge production can perpetuate broader patterns of social injustice. Miranda Fricker argues that justice is not only about fair distribution of resources and opportunities, but also about fair distribution of credibility and epistemic resources. Fricker identifies two main forms of epistemic injustice. Testimonial injustice occurs when someone receives deflated credibility due to negative stereotypes about their social group, while hermeneutical injustice occurs when marginalized groups lack the conceptual resources to understand and communicate their distinctive social experiences. Both forms of injustice harm individuals while impoverishing collective knowledge. The philosopher shows how testimonial injustice can range from everyday interactions, where women's or minority statements are given less credence than they deserve, to institutional contexts, where certain groups' expertise is systematically undervalued. This affects not only practical decision-making, but also individual sense of their own epistemic competence and social standing. Fricker argues that addressing epistemic injustice requires both individual virtue ethics that cultivates testimonial sensitivity to avoid prejudicial credibility assessments, and structural changes that expand hermeneutical resources available to marginalized groups. This might involve creating new concepts, supporting marginalized voices in public discourse, and reforming institutions to be more epistemically inclusive. As you prepare for sleep, reflect on your own epistemic relationships, whose knowledge you trust, how you evaluate credibility, and how social assumptions might affect your judgments. Finding peace in the commitment to epistemic justice that honors the knowledge and experience of all people while working to create more inclusive and fair systems of knowledge production and evaluation. 67. Susan Wolf, Meaning in Life and the Fitting Fulfillment View. In contemporary philosophy, where questions about life's meaning have often been relegated to religious discourse or dismissed as unanswerable, there lives a philosopher whose secular approach to meaning provides new frameworks for understanding what makes life worth living. Susan Wolf argues that meaningful lives require active engagement with projects or values that are both subjectively fulfilling and objectively worthwhile. what she calls the fitting fulfillment view of meaning. Woolf distinguishes between meaning in life and meaning of life, focusing on the former question of what makes particular human lives meaningful, rather than the cosmic question of why the universe exists. She argues against purely subjective views that locate meaning entirely in what people happen to care about, and purely objective views that ignore whether people are actually fulfilled by worthwhile activities. The philosopher suggests that meaningful lives involve loving something worthy of love and being able to act effectively in pursuit of that love. This might include relationships with particular people, involvement in political causes, pursuit of knowledge or artistic creation, or care for future generations. The objective worthiness component explains why lives devoted to trivial pursuits feel empty, even when they provide subjective satisfaction. Woolf addresses questions about whether meaning requires immortality or cosmic purpose, arguing that finite lives can be fully meaningful if they involve genuine engagement with valuable projects that connect individuals to goods beyond themselves. Even if the universe has no ultimate purpose, human lives can create local pockets of meaning through their relationships, achievements, and contributions to ongoing human projects. As you prepare for sleep, consider what gives your own life meaning through the intersection of your deepest loves with projects and relationships that have genuine value, finding peace in the recognition that meaning can be created through finite human engagement with worthwhile activities and connections that extend beyond individual existence, while not requiring cosmic validation or eternal duration. 68. Derek Parfit, Personal Identity and Future Generations. In the analytical philosophy tradition that seeks precision and clarity in addressing fundamental questions about human existence, there lived a philosopher whose work on personal identity and ethics challenged basic assumptions about the self and moral obligation that most people take for granted. Derek Parfit argued that what we ordinarily think of as personal identity over time might be much less robust than we imagine, with profound implications for how we should think about self-interest, responsibility, and concern for future generations. Parfit developed thought experiments involving hypothetical technologies like teleportation and brain splitting to explore what makes someone the same person over time. If your brain were scanned and its information used to create an exact replica while your original body was destroyed, would the replica be you or someone else who merely resembled you? These puzzles suggested that personal identity might not be an all-or-nothing matter, but might admit of degrees. The philosopher argued that psychological continuity, rather than biological continuity, was what mattered for personal identity, but that this continuity was itself a matter of degree. The person you will be in 40 years shares some psychological connections with you today, but is also significantly different in memories, personality, and values. This suggested that the boundaries of the self were much more fluid than commonly assumed. Parfit applied these insights to ethics, arguing that the weakening of personal identity should reduce our concern for our own future welfare relative to our concern for others' welfare. If the future person who shares your body is only weakly connected to you today, then there is less reason for special self-concern and more reason for impartial consideration of everyone's interests, that supported utilitarian approaches to ethics while providing new arguments for concern about future generations. As you settle into sleep, contemplate the fluid boundaries of your own identity across time, finding peace in the recognition that your deepest self might be less separate from others than usually supposed, and resting in the expanded moral concern that emerges when the artificial boundaries of ego dissolve into greater compassion for all conscious beings across space and time. 69. Thomas Metzinger, The Ego Tunnel and Consciousness. In the contemporary neuroscience of consciousness, where brain imaging and philosophical analysis converge to understand the nature of subjective experience, there lives a philosopher whose work on the ego tunnel reveals how the sense of being a unified self experiencing the world might be a sophisticated construction rather than a fundamental feature of reality. Thomas Metzinger argues that understanding the neural basis of consciousness can lead to both intellectual insight and practical wisdom about the nature of human existence. Metzinger argues that consciousness creates a phenomenal self-model that generates the illusion of being a substantial self that persists through time and observes experiences. This self-model is so convincing that most people never question its reality, but careful introspection and neuroscientific investigation reveal that there is no central observer, only the ongoing process of consciousness creating the appearance of a unified experiencer. The philosopher uses the metaphor of an ego tunnel to describe how consciousness creates a subjective perspective that seems to be looking out at an external world from the standpoint of a stable self. This tunnel is transparent in the sense that we see through it rather than seeing it, making the constructed nature of experience invisible to ordinary reflection. We mistake the contents of consciousness for direct contact with external reality. Metzinger argues that understanding the constructed nature of selfhood and experience can lead to greater compassion and wisdom. When people realize that their sense of being separate egos struggling against an external world is itself a construction, they may become more open to ethical concern for others and less attached to defending artificial boundaries. This insight parallels discoveries in contemplative traditions that have long recognized the illusory nature of the separate self. As you prepare for sleep, observe the construction and dissolution of your own sense of self as consciousness transitions between waking, dreaming, and deep sleep states, finding peace in the recognition that beneath the ego tunnel lies an awareness that is more fundamental than any particular sense of personal identity, resting in the open space of consciousness that includes but transcends all temporary constructions of selfhood. 70. Patricia Churchland, Neurophilosophy and Moral Behavior. In the era of rapidly advancing neuroscience, where traditional philosophical questions about mind, knowledge, and morality intersect with empirical discoveries about brain function, there lives a philosopher whose work bridges neuroscience and philosophy to understand how moral behavior emerges from biological processes. Patricia Churchland argues that understanding the neural basis of cooperation and caring can inform philosophical reflection about ethics while respecting both scientific methods and moral experience. Churchland challenges traditional approaches to moral philosophy that attempt to derive ethical principles through pure reason alone, arguing instead that moral behavior evolved as a biological capacity that promotes social cooperation and care for offspring. Mammals developed neurochemical systems involving oxytocin and vasopressin that motivate attachment and cooperative behavior, providing the biological foundation for moral sentiments like empathy and fairness. The philosopher argues that this naturalistic approach to ethics does not eliminate moral responsibility or reduce ethics to biology, but it does suggest that moral philosophy should take seriously what neuroscience reveals about the mechanisms underlying moral judgment and behavior. Understanding how the brain processes moral information can help identify factors that promote or hinder ethical decision-making. Churchland applies this approach to practical questions about criminal justice, education, and social policy, arguing for evidence-based approaches that work with, rather than against, human moral psychology. This might involve redesigning institutions to promote cooperation rather than competition, or developing interventions that address the neurobiological factors that contribute to antisocial behavior. As you settle into sleep, appreciate your own capacity for moral feeling and judgment as emerging from millions of years of evolutionary development that equip social mammals with the ability to care for others and cooperate in complex groups, finding peace in the recognition that your ethical impulses connect you to the deep biological wisdom that makes social life possible, while remaining open to refining and extending moral concern through reflection and cultural development. 71. Celebra Damasio. Emotions and rational decision-making. In the neuroscience revolution that has transformed understanding of human psychology and decision-making, there lives a researcher whose work on emotion and rationality has overturned traditional assumptions about the relationship between feeling and thinking. Antonio Damasio demonstrates through careful study of brain-damaged patients that emotions are not obstacles to rational decision-making, but essential components of practical wisdom and effective choice. Damasio studied patients with damage to brain regions involved in emotional processing, who retained their intellectual abilities but lost the capacity to make effective decisions in personal and social situations. Despite normal performance on abstract reasoning tasks, these patients made disastrous choices about relationships, careers, and financial matters, suggesting that emotional guidance was necessary for navigating real-world complexity. The neuroscientists developed the somatic marker hypothesis to explain how emotions contribute to decision-making by providing rapid evaluation of potential outcomes based on past experience. Before conscious deliberation begins, the body generates feelings that mark certain options as promising or threatening, helping to focus attention on relevant considerations and avoid options that have led to problems in the past. Damasio argues that consciousness itself emerges from the brain's ongoing construction of maps of both external stimuli and internal bodily states, creating an integrated sense of self and environment that makes purposeful action possible. Emotions are not primitive disruptions of higher cognition, but sophisticated evaluative processes that integrate memory, perception, and motivation in ways that support survival and flourishing. As you prepare for sleep, appreciate your own emotional intelligence as a form of embodied wisdom that guides navigation through complex social and personal decisions, finding peace in the integration of thinking and feeling that characterizes healthy human functioning, and trusting in the somatic wisdom that helps evaluate options and guide choices, even when conscious reasoning reaches its limits. 72. Andy Clark, Extended Mind and Cognitive Enhancement. In the digital age where smartphones, computers, and other technologies increasingly mediate human cognitive processes, there lives a philosopher whose work on the extended mind challenges traditional boundaries between internal mental processes and external technological tools. Andy Clark argues that human cognition has always been distributed across biological and technological systems, and that understanding this extended mind can help navigate contemporary questions about cognitive enhancement and artificial intelligence. Clark and David Chalmers developed the extended mind thesis by arguing that cognitive processes are not confined to the boundaries of the individual brain, but can include external resources that function as reliable parts of cognitive systems. A person who uses a smartphone to store and retrieve phone numbers is engaging in extended memory that works similarly to biological memory, and there is no principled reason to exclude such technological augmentation from the mind proper. The philosopher argues that humans are natural-born cyborgs who have always used external tools to enhance cognitive capabilities. Language, writing, mathematics, and digital technologies are all cognitive technologies that transform human thinking in profound ways. The question is not whether to use technological enhancement, but how to integrate new technologies wisely with existing biological and cultural systems. Clark explores implications of the extended mind thesis for education, ethics, and personal identity, arguing for approaches that optimize human-technology coupling while preserving human agency and dignity. This might involve designing technologies that enhance rather than replace human capabilities, or developing ethical frameworks that account for the distributed nature of cognition and responsibility. As you settle into sleep, consider your own mind as extending beyond the boundaries of your skull to include the technological and social resources that support your thinking and memory, finding peace in this vision of human technology integration that enhances, rather than diminishes, human capability, while remaining mindful of the need to maintain human agency and wisdom in the design and use of cognitive technologies. 73. Nick Bostrom, Existential Risk and the Future of Humanity. In the early 21st century, where human technological capabilities are approaching levels that could either solve humanity's greatest challenges or create unprecedented risks to human survival and flourishing, there lives a philosopher whose work on existential risk and the future of humanity raises fundamental questions about moral responsibility across vast timescales. Nick Bostrom argues that preventing human extinction and ensuring beneficial outcomes from advanced technologies may be among the most important moral challenges facing current generations. Bostrom defines existential risk as threats that could permanently curtail human potential by causing human extinction or irreversible civilizational collapse. These risks include natural events like asteroid impacts or supervolcanic eruptions, but increasingly involve anthropogenic risks from advanced technologies like artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and nanotechnology that could have global effects if developed or deployed irresponsibly. The philosopher argues that existential risks deserve special moral attention because of their enormous expected negative value. Even if the probability of human extinction is relatively small, the loss of all future human generations represents a moral catastrophe of unprecedented magnitude. This suggests that substantial resources should be devoted to reducing existential risks, even when this requires sacrificing other important goals. Bostrom extends this analysis to consider how advanced technologies might transform human nature itself, raising questions about enhancement, artificial intelligence, and the long-term trajectory of human civilization. If humanity successfully navigates current existential risks, the future could include trillions of humans living flourishing lives across the cosmos for millions of years. Current decisions about technology development and global cooperation could determine whether this vast potential is realized or lost. As you prepare for sleep, contemplate your own place in the long story of human development and your responsibility to future generations, who depend on current choices about technology and global cooperation. Finding peace in the recognition that even individual actions can contribute to ensuring that humanity's enormous potential for future flourishing is preserved and realized through wise stewardship of powerful technologies and careful attention to long-term consequences. 74. Sean Carroll, Naturalism and the Big Picture. In contemporary cosmology, where scientific understanding of the universe's history and structure raises profound questions about humanity's place in the cosmos, there lives a physicist-philosopher whose naturalistic worldview offers both intellectual clarity and emotional acceptance of human existence within the vast context of space and time. Sean Carroll argues that a scientific understanding of reality can provide meaning and moral guidance without requiring supernatural beliefs or cosmic purpose. Carroll advocates for what he calls poetic naturalism, the view that there is only one world, the natural world, but that there are many useful ways of describing and understanding different aspects of this world at different levels of organization. Physics provides the most fundamental description, but higher-level concepts like consciousness, morality, and meaning remain valid and important ways of understanding human experience. The physicist explains how complexity and organization can emerge from simple underlying laws through processes like evolution and thermodynamics, making it possible for a purely physical universe to give rise to life, consciousness, and values. This emergence does not require external intervention, but follows naturally from the properties of matter and energy operating over cosmic timescales. Carroll argues that accepting naturalism does not diminish human significance, but provides a more honest foundation for appreciation of consciousness, creativity, and moral commitment. Humans are not the purpose of the universe, but they are remarkable products of cosmic evolution, capable of understanding their own situation and taking responsibility for creating meaning and value through their choices and relationships. Carroll argues that accepting naturalism does not diminish human significance, but provides a more honest foundation for appreciation of consciousness, creativity, and moral commitment. Humans are not the purpose of the universe, but they are remarkable products of cosmic evolution, capable of understanding their own situation and taking responsibility for creating meaning and value through their choices and relationships. As you prepare for sleep, rest in this naturalistic vision that finds wonder and meaning within the natural world itself. appreciating your own consciousness as an extraordinary emergence from cosmic processes that began billions of years ago, and finding peace in the recognition that purpose and value can be created through human choice and commitment, even within a universe that contains no predetermined plan or ultimate destination. 75. Rebecca Neuberger Goldstein, Plato at the Googleplex. In the contemporary world where ancient philosophical questions intersect with modern technological and cultural developments, there lives a philosopher novelist whose creative approach to philosophy demonstrates the enduring relevance of classical thinkers for contemporary problems. Rebecca Neuberger Goldstein argues that philosophical insights transcend their historical contexts while requiring creative translation to remain vital for new generations facing different challenges. Goldstein explores how Plato's insights about justice, knowledge, and human nature might apply to contemporary issues like neuroscience, child rearing, and digital technology. She shows how Plato's method of questioning assumptions and seeking deeper understanding remains valuable even when his specific answers need updating based on new knowledge and changed circumstances. The philosopher demonstrates how philosophical thinking involves both rigorous analysis and creative imagination, using fictional dialogues and thought experiments to explore how great thinkers might engage with contemporary problems. This approach makes philosophy accessible to general audiences, while maintaining intellectual rigor and respect for the complexity of both historical texts and current issues. Goldstein argues that philosophy provides essential perspectives that cannot be replaced by purely scientific or technological approaches to human problems. Questions about consciousness, morality, and meaning require philosophical reflection that takes seriously both empirical knowledge and human values. Philosophy's task is not to compete with science, but to address questions that science cannot answer, while remaining informed by scientific discoveries. As you settle into sleep, appreciate philosophy as an ongoing conversation across centuries and cultures that connects your own deepest questions to the wisdom of past thinkers, while remaining open to new insights that emerge from changing circumstances and expanding knowledge, finding peace in your participation in this timeless human quest for understanding and wisdom. 76. Joshua Green, Moral Psychology and Dual Process Theory. In the emerging field of experimental moral psychology, where neuroscience, psychology, and philosophy converge to understand the origins and nature of moral judgment, there lives a researcher whose work on dual process theory reveals how moral intuitions and moral reasoning operate through different psychological mechanisms with different evolutionary origin. Joshua Green argues that understanding the psychology of moral judgment can help resolve philosophical debates about ethics while improving moral decision-making in complex modern contexts. Green demonstrates through psychological experiments and brain imaging that people use different cognitive processes when making moral judgments about personal moral dilemmas, like whether to push someone off a bridge to save 5 others, versus impersonal moral dilemmas, like whether to redirect a trolley to save 5 people while killing 1. Personal dilemmas activate emotional systems that evolve for close-range social interaction, while impersonal dilemmas engage more abstract reasoning systems. The philosopher argues that moral intuitions evolved to promote cooperation within small groups, but may be poorly adapted to moral challenges involving large-scale cooperation, distant consequences, or abstract principles. This suggests that utilitarian reasoning that focuses on consequences for overall well-being may be more reliable than deontological reasoning based on moral intuitions when addressing global problems like climate change or extreme poverty. Green proposes deep pragmatism as an approach to moral philosophy that uses empirical knowledge about moral psychology to evaluate different moral theories and practices. Rather than assuming that moral intuitions provide reliable access to moral truth, this approach treats moral judgments as natural phenomena that can be studied scientifically and evaluated based on their consequences for human flourishing. As you prepare for sleep, Reflect on your own moral judgments as emerging from the interaction between evolved emotional responses and learned reasoning processes, finding peace in the recognition that understanding the psychology of morality can help improve moral decision-making while remaining committed to reducing suffering and promoting well-being for all conscious creatures. 77. Paul Bloom, Against Empathy and Rational Compassion. In contemporary moral psychology, where empathy is often viewed as the foundation of ethical behavior and social justice, there lives a psychologist whose contrarian analysis challenges the assumption that feeling others' emotions is necessary or sufficient for moral action. Paul Bloom argues that empathy, while psychologically natural and sometimes motivating, can be a poor guide to moral action because of its inherent biases and limitations. Bloom distinguishes between empathy, feeling what others feel, and compassion, caring about others' well-being, arguing that compassion guided by reason is more reliable than empathy as a foundation for ethical action. Empathy is biased toward people who are similar to ourselves, physically present, and individually identifiable, making it an unreliable guide to addressing problems that affect large numbers of distant or anonymous people. The psychologist demonstrates how empathy can motivate both pro-social and antisocial behavior, depending on who the empathizer identifies with. Empathy for one's own group can motivate aggression toward outsiders, while empathy for individual victims can lead to policies that ignore statistical lives or create perverse incentives. Rational compassion that uses evidence to determine how to help the most people most effectively may be more reliable than emotional empathy. Bloom argues for moral decision-making that combines caring motivation with careful reasoning about consequences, drawing on insights from effective altruism and utilitarian ethics, while acknowledging the importance of relationships and individual rights. The goal is not to eliminate caring emotions, but to supplement them with rational reflection that can overcome the limitations of evolved moral psychology. As you settle into sleep, consider your own balance between emotional engagement and rational analysis in moral decision-making, finding peace in the recognition that both caring motivation and careful thinking are necessary for addressing complex moral challenges, and resting in the commitment to expanding compassion beyond its natural boundaries through reason and evidence, while maintaining emotional connection to the suffering and flourishing of conscious beings. 78. Lisa Feldman Barrett, How Emotions Are Made. In the scientific revolution in understanding emotion that has overturned centuries of assumptions about the nature of feelings, there lives a neuroscientist whose research reveals that emotions are not universal biological responses, but culturally variable constructions created by the brain's predictive processes. Lisa Feldman Barrett argues that understanding the constructed nature of emotion can provide greater freedom and responsibility in emotional experience, while respecting both biological constraints and cultural diversity. Barrett demonstrates that there are no universal facial expressions or physiological signatures that correspond to basic emotions like anger, fear, or happiness across all cultures and contexts. Instead, the brain constructs emotional experiences by combining interoceptive awareness of bodily states with conceptual knowledge about emotion categories learned through cultural socialization and personal experience. The neuroscientist explains how the brain operates as a prediction machine that constantly generates models of sensory input based on past experience, with emotions emerging when these predictions involve concepts about affective meaning and social significance. This means that emotional experience is shaped by both biological factors like arousal and metabolic needs, and cultural factors like available emotion concepts and social expectations. Barrett argues that recognizing the constructed nature of emotion can provide greater emotional granularity and regulation as people learn to distinguish between different types of emotional experience and understand how their own conceptual knowledge shapes their affective responses. This can lead to greater empathy for cultural differences in emotional expression while supporting individual agency in emotional development. As you prepare for sleep, appreciate your own emotional experience as emerging from the complex interaction between your body's responses to the world and your learned concepts about the meaning of those responses, finding peace in the recognition that emotions are neither arbitrary social constructions nor fixed biological responses, but meaningful constructions that can be understood and refined through attention and learning. 79. Alison Gopnik, The Philosophical Baby and Learning. In developmental psychology, where research on infant and child cognition reveals remarkable learning abilities that challenge traditional assumptions about knowledge acquisition, there lives a researcher whose work on the philosophical baby shows how young children engage in sophisticated reasoning about causation, consciousness, and morality that parallels the work of professional philosophers. Alison Gopnik argues that understanding how children learn can illuminate fundamental questions about human knowledge and development. Gopnik demonstrates that babies and young children are constantly forming and testing theories about how the world works, using evidence to revise their beliefs in ways that parallel scientific reasoning. Even very young children can distinguish between correlation and causation, understand that other people have different beliefs and desires, and make moral judgments about helping and harming that suggest sophisticated social understanding. The psychologist argues that childhood represents a special period of exploration and learning that complements the more focused attention and goal-directed behavior of adults. Children's apparently inefficient play and exploration actually serves important functions in discovering causal relationships and generating creative solutions that adults might miss through their narrower focus on immediate goals. Gopnik applies these insights to questions about education, parenting, and lifelong learning, arguing for approaches that preserve children's natural curiosity and exploratory motivation while providing appropriate guidance and support. The goal is not to accelerate children toward adult-like competence, but to appreciate and nurture the distinctive strengths of childhood cognition that contribute to human adaptability and creativity. As you prepare for sleep, reconnect with your own capacity for wonder and exploration that characterized your childhood learning, finding peace in the recognition that curiosity and play remain important throughout life for discovering new possibilities and maintaining cognitive flexibility, and resting in appreciation for the remarkable learning journey that brought you from helpless infancy to your current understanding and capability. 80. Michael Sandel, Justice and the Moral Limits of Markets. In contemporary democratic societies, where market mechanisms are increasingly used to allocate goods and services that were previously distributed through other means, there lives a political philosopher whose examination of justice challenges the assumption that markets are morally neutral tools that can be applied to any domain of human life. Michael Sandel argues that market reasoning can corrupt important goods and relationships by changing their meaning and undermining the values they embody. Sandel explores how introducing monetary incentives and market competition can change the nature of activities like education, civic participation, and personal relationships in ways that diminish rather than enhance their value. When schools pay students for good grades, or governments allow wealthy individuals to purchase citizenship, the meaning of learning and belonging is transformed in problematic ways. The philosopher argues that markets are not just mechanisms for efficient allocation, but embody particular values about human motivation and social relationship that may be inappropriate for certain domains of life. Some goods lose their essential character when they become commodities that can be bought and sold rather than earned through appropriate forms of engagement and commitment. Sandel applies this analysis to contemporary debates about healthcare, education, immigration, and environmental policy, arguing for democratic deliberation about which goods should be subject to market allocation and which should be distributed according to other principles like need, merit, or citizenship. This requires ongoing conversation about the values that different institutions should embody and protect. As you settle into sleep, reflect on the different spheres of value in your own life. Relationships, achievements, experiences that have meaning beyond their market price. Finding peace in the recognition that preserving what is most important in human life requires protecting certain goods from market logic while appreciating the benefits that markets can provide in appropriate contexts. 81. Elizabeth Anderson, Democratic Equality and Relational Egalitarianism. In contemporary political philosophy, where debates about justice often focus on the distribution of resources, there lives a philosopher whose democratic equality approach shifts attention to the social relationships and institutions that enable people to participate as equals in democratic community. Elizabeth Anderson argues that the goal of egalitarian justice should be ending oppression and creating conditions for democratic citizenship, rather than achieving any particular pattern of resource distribution. Anderson criticizes both libertarian and Luck egalitarian approaches to justice for failing to address the relational dimensions of equality that matter most for human dignity and democratic participation. Luck egalitarianism, which seeks to compensate people for disadvantages beyond their control, can be intrusive and stigmatizing, while libertarianism ignores how private economic power can undermine democratic equality. The philosopher argues for democratic equality that focuses on ensuring that all citizens have access to the capabilities necessary for democratic participation, including education, healthcare, economic security, and political rights. The goal is not to eliminate all inequalities, but to prevent inequalities from translating into relations of domination and subordination that undermine democratic citizenship. Anderson applies this framework to issues like workplace democracy, educational policy, and social insurance, arguing for institutions that support people's capacity to participate as equals in economic and political life. This requires both individual rights and collective institutions that pool risks and provide social support when individual efforts are insufficient for maintaining democratic citizenship. As you prepare for sleep, consider your own participation in democratic relationships, both formal and informal, finding peace in the vision of social equality that honors human dignity through institutions that enable genuine cooperation and mutual respect, and resting in hope for communities where all people can participate as equals, regardless of their particular advantages or disadvantages. 82. Honor O'Neill, Kantian Ethics and Global Justice. In the interconnected global world where actions in one part of the world affect people in distant places, there lives a philosopher whose neo-Kantian approach to ethics provides frameworks for thinking about obligations that cross national and cultural boundaries. Honora O'Neill argues that Kantian principles of treating people as ends in themselves and acting only on universalizable maxims can guide action in global contexts, while respecting both individual autonomy and cultural diversity. O'Neill interprets Kant's categorical imperative as requiring that we act only on principles that could be adopted by all agents in relevantly similar circumstances. This test of universalizability helps identify actions and policies that respect human agency, while being feasible for implementation across different cultural and institutional contexts. The philosopher applies this framework to questions of global justice, arguing that wealthy individuals and nations have obligations to address global poverty, not only because of utilitarian considerations about reducing suffering, but because failing to address severe deprivation violates Kantian duties to treat all people as ends in themselves with inherent dignity. O'Neill emphasizes that respecting human autonomy requires attending to the actual conditions that enable or prevent people from exercising rational agency, including access to education, healthcare, and economic opportunities. Abstract respect for freedom means little when people lack the basic capabilities necessary for making meaningful choices about their own lives. As you prepare for sleep, reflect on your own obligations to distant others whose lives are affected by global economic and political systems, finding peace in the recognition that moral principles can provide guidance for action across cultural boundaries while respecting human dignity and agency, and resting in the commitment to treating all people as ends in themselves, regardless of their distance or difference from your own situation. 83. Alistair MacIntyre, After Virtua Narrative Unity. In the moral confusion of late 20th century Western societies, where traditional ethical frameworks had lost their authority without being replaced by convincing alternatives, There lives a philosopher whose historical analysis of moral philosophy offers both diagnosis of contemporary problems and hope for recovering authentic moral discourse. Alistair MacIntyre argues that modern moral philosophy has failed because it has abandoned the teleological framework that gave meaning to virtue concepts in earlier traditions. MacIntyre traces the historical development of virtue ethics from Aristotle through medieval Thomism to its fragmentation during the Enlightenment. Modern moral philosophy, attempting to ground ethics in universal reason alone, lost the sense of human life as directed toward specific ends or purposes that gave content to virtue concepts. Without agreement about human flourishing, moral arguments became interminable debates between incommensurable positions. The philosopher argues that virtues can only be understood within particular traditions of moral inquiry that provide shared practices, standards of excellence, and conceptions of the good life. These traditions give narrative structure to individual lives, allowing people to understand their actions as contributing to ongoing stories that connect past, present, and future. Moral education requires initiation into such traditions rather than abstract reasoning about universal principles. MacIntyre sees hope for moral renewal in communities that maintain living traditions capable of moral formation and rational debate about human flourishing. These might include religious communities, craft guilds, or academic disciplines that embody shared practices with internal standards of excellence. The goal is not to return to pre-modern societies, but to recover the possibility of rational moral discourse, rooted in particular traditions while remaining open to learning from other traditions. As you prepare for sleep, consider your own life as part of ongoing narratives that connect you to traditions of meaning and value, finding peace in your participation in practices that have their own internal goods and standards of excellence, and resting in the hope that authentic moral community remains possible, even in pluralistic modern societies. 84. Richard Rorty, Philosophy and the Mirror of Nature. In the philosophical landscape of the late 20th century, where traditional foundationalist approaches to knowledge faced challenges from historicist and pragmatist perspectives, there lived a philosopher whose critique of representationalist assumptions about mind and knowledge would fundamentally reshape how many thinkers understood the task of philosophy itself. Richard Rorty argued that philosophy's problems often arose from misleading metaphors that treated the mind as a mirror of nature rather than understanding knowledge as a social practice embedded in particular historical contexts. Rorty challenged the idea that knowledge involved accurate representation of an independent reality, arguing instead that beliefs were tools for coping with experience that should be judged by their consequences for human purposes rather than their correspondence to objective truth. This pragmatist approach emphasized the social and conversational dimensions of knowledge while abandoning the quest for absolute foundations that had motivated much traditional philosophy. The philosopher argued that many traditional philosophical problems, like the mind-body problem, the problem of skepticism about the external world, and the problem of induction, were not genuine puzzles about the nature of reality, but confusions generated by taking certain metaphors too literally. Dissolving these problems required changing the vocabulary rather than providing better solutions within existing frameworks. Rorty advocated for a pragmatist approach that treated philosophy as a form of cultural conversation rather than a foundational discipline that could provide secure bases for other forms of inquiry. Philosophy's task was to facilitate dialogue between different vocabularies and perspectives rather than to discover eternal truths about the nature of reality, knowledge, or morality. This therapeutic approach promised to free intellectual energy for more productive forms of inquiry and social cooperation. As you prepare for sleep, reflect on the conversational nature of human knowledge and the ways your own beliefs function as tools for navigating experience rather than mirrors of eternal truth. Finding peace in the recognition that intellectual humility and openness to dialogue can be more productive than dogmatic certainty, and resting in the pragmatic hope that human conversation can gradually improve the tools available for addressing shared problems and expanding possibilities for flourishing. 85. Hilary Putnam, Internal Realism and the Fact-Value Distinction. In analytical philosophy of the mid to late 20th century, where questions about the relationship between language, thought, and reality generated sophisticated technical debates, there lived a philosopher whose evolving views on realism, meaning, and ethics challenged both naive realism and relativistic anti-realism while seeking middle positions that preserved both scientific objectivity and human values. Hilary Putnam argued that the sharp distinction between facts and values that dominated modern philosophy was untenable, and that adopting a more nuanced understanding of objectivity could support both scientific knowledge and ethical commitment. Putnam developed the argument against metaphysical realism by showing that there could be multiple complete and consistent descriptions of reality that were incompatible with each other, suggesting that the notion of truth as correspondence to a unique objective reality was incoherent. Instead, he advocated for internal realism that treated truth as an idealized rational acceptability within particular conceptual schemes, rather than absolute correspondence to mind-independent reality. The philosopher argued that the fact-value distinction that treated science as objective and ethics as subjective was based on an oversimplified understanding of both scientific and ethical knowledge. Scientific theories were shaped by values including simplicity, elegance, and fruitfulness, while ethical judgments could be more or less reasonable based on their coherence with experience and their consequences for human flourishing. Putnam suggested that pragmatist approaches that emphasize the interaction between human purposes and environmental constraints could overcome both scientific reductionism that tried to reduce everything to physics and postmodern relativism that denied any possibility of objective knowledge. The goal was preserving both scientific knowledge and ethical values while abandoning metaphysical assumptions that made them seem incompatible. As you settle into sleep, rest in this vision of human knowledge as emerging from the interaction between mind and world that supports both scientific understanding and ethical commitment, without requiring metaphysical foundations that transcend human experience and purposes. Finding peace in the recognition that objectivity and values can work together rather than conflict when understood appropriately. 86. Philippa Foot, Natural Goodness and Virtue Ethics Revival. In mid-20th century moral philosophy, where emotivism and other forms of non-cognitivism treated moral judgments as expressions of attitude rather than statements of fact, there lived a philosopher whose return to virtue ethics and natural goodness would help revive Aristotelian approaches to ethics that had been largely abandoned in modern philosophy. Philippa Foot argued that moral judgments could be objective by grounding them in facts about human nature and flourishing, rather than in abstract principles or subjective preferences. Foot challenged the influential is-ought distinction that claimed no factual premises could logically entail moral conclusions, arguing that this distinction rested on an impoverished understanding of both facts and values. Just as we could evaluate plants and animals as good or defective specimens of their species based on how well they fulfilled their characteristic life functions, we could evaluate humans as good or bad based on their possession of traits that promoted human flourishing. My point: the philosopher developed an account of virtues as excellences of character that enabled humans to live well together in communities, emphasizing virtues like courage, temperance, justice, and honesty that had clear connections to human needs and social cooperation. These virtues were not arbitrary cultural preferences, but traits that were objectively beneficial for creatures with human nature living in social groups. Foot applied this naturalistic approach to virtue ethics to contemporary moral problems, showing how considerations of human flourishing could provide guidance on issues like promising, justice, and the treatment of future generations, without requiring appeal to divine commands or abstract rational principles. This approach promised to restore connection between ethics and human life while preserving moral objectivity. As you prepare for sleep, consider your own character development as a natural process of becoming a better specimen of human nature through cultivating traits that promote both individual flourishing and social cooperation, finding peace in the recognition that virtue is not an arbitrary social construction, but represents genuine excellence that contributes to living well in relationship with others and the natural world. 87. Christine Korsgaard, Sources of Normativity and Constructivism. In contemporary moral philosophy, where questions about the authority and objectivity of ethical requirements continue to challenge philosophers seeking to preserve moral commitment in secular contexts, there lives a philosopher whose Kantian constructivism offers an account of how moral obligations can be both objective and grounded in human agency rather than external authorities. Christine Korsgaard argues that the source of moral normativity lies in the structure of rational agency itself, rather than in metaphysical facts about the universe. Korsgaard addresses the fundamental question of why anyone should be moral by arguing that rational agents necessarily value their own agency, and that consistency requires extending this valuation to the agency of all other rational beings. The capacity for choice and self-determination that makes us persons also creates obligations to respect and support similar capacities in others. The philosopher develops a constructivist approach that treats moral principles as emerging from practical reasoning rather than being discovered through theoretical knowledge of moral facts. When rational agents deliberate about what to do, they must endorse certain principles and values in order to act at all, and these endorsements create genuine obligations that have authority over their subsequent choices. Korsgaard applies this framework to questions about our obligations to animals, future generations, and ourselves, arguing that the basic principle of respecting rational nature as an end in itself can provide guidance on contemporary moral problems while avoiding both relativism and dogmatism. The goal is showing how moral obligations can be both objective and human-centered, deriving their authority from the structure of agency rather than from external sources. As you settle into sleep, reflect on your own capacity for rational choice as the source of moral obligation that connects you to all other agents in a kingdom of ends, finding peace in the recognition that your own agency both enables and requires treating yourself and others with dignity and respect, and resting in the constructivist hope that human practical reasoning can generate objective moral requirements without needing metaphysical foundations beyond human nature itself. 88. Bernard Williams, Moral Luck and the Limits of Philosophy. In late 20th century moral philosophy, where systematic theories sought to provide comprehensive accounts of ethical obligation and value, there lived a philosopher whose skeptical challenges to moral philosophy's pretensions revealed both the complexity of human ethical experience and the limitations of philosophical systematization. Bernard Williams argued that life was more important than philosophy, and that moral theory often distorted rather than clarified the ethical dimensions of human existence. Williams developed the concept of moral luck to show how factors beyond our control fundamentally affect the moral assessment of our actions and characters. The same reckless driving might result in no harm or tragic death depending on whether a child happens to run into the street, yet we naturally judge the unlucky driver more harshly. This suggested that the philosophical project of identifying the essence of moral responsibility was hopeless because responsibility was inevitably mixed with luck. The philosopher criticized both utilitarian and Kantian approaches to ethics for their tendency to systematize and universalize in ways that ignored the particular commitments and relationships that give individuals' lives meaning and direction. Moral theory's one thought too many problem arose when abstract principles displaced the natural motivations that made moral action genuinely valuable rather than merely dutiful. Williams advocated for a more modest approach to moral philosophy that attended carefully to the complexity and particularity of ethical experience while resisting the temptation to reduce this complexity to systematic theories. Philosophy could illuminate aspects of moral life through careful analysis and imaginative exploration, but it could not provide algorithms for living or resolve all moral conflicts through theoretical understanding. As you prepare for sleep, embrace the irreducible complexity and particularity of your own ethical experience, finding peace in the recognition that living well requires practical wisdom that cannot be captured completely in moral theories, and resting in appreciation for the particular relationships and commitments that give your life meaning beyond what any universal principles could provide. 89. Harry Frankfurt, Free Will and the Importance of What We Care About. In philosophical discussions of free will, where debates about determinism and moral responsibility often focus on abstract metaphysical questions, there lives a philosopher whose attention to the structure of human caring and identification has shifted focus toward what makes actions genuinely our own, rather than simply uncaused. Harry Frankfurt argues that what matters for moral responsibility is not whether our actions are determined, but whether they flow from desires and values that we identify with at the deepest level. Frankfurt developed influential thought experiments involving alternative sequences of events to show that the ability to do otherwise is not necessary for moral responsibility. If someone would intervene to ensure that you performed a certain action if you showed signs of choosing differently, but you actually choose that action for your own reasons, without any intervention, you seem fully responsible even though you could not have done otherwise. The philosopher argues that what matters for responsibility and authenticity is the hierarchical structure of our motivations. Whether our actions flow from first-order desires that we endorse with higher-order desires, creating a harmony between what we want and what we want to want. Freedom involves acting from desires that we identify with, rather than acting from desires that feel alien or compulsive. Frankfurt extends this analysis to questions about the meaning of life and what we should care about, arguing that what gives life meaning is not objective value, but the subjective importance that emerges when we care about something wholeheartedly. This caring cannot be chosen through rational deliberation, but emerges from sources deeper than explicit decision. Yet it creates genuine reasons for action that can guide a life. As you settle into sleep, reflect on the things you care about most deeply and how they create meaning and direction in your life, regardless of their objective importance, finding peace in the recognition that authenticity comes from harmony between your deepest values and your actual choices, and resting in appreciation for the mysterious process by which certain things come to matter to you in ways that create genuine reasons for living and acting. 90. Derek Parfit, Reasons and Persons. In the analytical tradition that seeks precision and rigor in addressing fundamental questions about ethics and personal identity, there lived a philosopher whose systematic approach to moral philosophy combined careful argument with deep concern for reducing suffering and promoting well-being across vast scales of space and time. Derek Parfit developed influential arguments about personal identity, future generations, and the structure of moral reasons that challenged common sense while pointing toward more demanding forms of moral commitment. Parfit argued that what we ordinarily think of as self-interest should be much less important to us than we typically suppose, because personal identity over time is a matter of degree rather than an all-or-nothing relation. The person you will be in 40 years has only weak psychological connections to you today, making extreme concern for your own future welfare somewhat arbitrary compared to concern for others' welfare. The philosopher extended this analysis to our obligations to future generations, arguing that we cannot harm future people by bringing about their existence, even if their lives will be difficult, because the alternative policies would result in different people existing rather than making the same people better off. This non-identity problem complicates thinking about environmental policy and population ethics in ways that challenge intuitive approaches to intergenerational justice. Parfit worked to develop a moral theory that could handle problems involving large numbers of people and long time scales while avoiding the repugnant conclusion that a world with many people living barely worth living would be better than a world with fewer people living excellent lives. His approach emphasized the converging arguments from different moral theories toward greater concern for reducing suffering and promoting well-being impartially across persons and time. As you settle into sleep, expand your moral concern beyond the artificial boundaries of personal identity and temporal proximity, finding peace in the recognition that the boundary between self and other is less sharp than commonly supposed, and resting in commitment to reducing suffering and promoting flourishing for all conscious beings, regardless of their relationship to your particular existence. 91.tm. Contractualism and what we owe to each other. In moral philosophy, where utilitarian approaches that focus on maximizing overall well-being compete with rights-based approaches that emphasize individual dignity, there lives a philosopher whose contractualist theory provides an alternative framework that grounds moral obligations in what we owe to each other as rational agents capable of mutual justification. T.M. Scanlon argues that moral requirements are those that could not be reasonably rejected by anyone seeking principles for general acceptance. Scanlon develops contractualism as a way of understanding the wrongness of actions that harm others, arguing that an action is wrong if it violates principles that no one could reasonably reject as a basis for mutual recognition and accommodation. This approach focuses on justification to others rather than on maximizing value, making morality fundamentally about relationships between persons rather than about producing optimal outcomes. The philosopher distinguishes between different types of reasons and values, arguing that moral obligations have a special structure that distinguishes them from prudential considerations or aesthetic judgments. Moral reasons arise from our relationships with other rational agents who have the capacity to understand and respond to justifications for action, creating a domain of mutual accountability that has its own logic. Scanlon applies this framework to questions about promises, rescue obligations, and distributive justice, showing how contractualist reasoning can provide guidance on practical moral questions while respecting both individual rights and collective welfare. The theory aims to capture what is appealing about both utilitarian concern for well-being and deontological respect for persons, while avoiding the problems that arise when either approach is taken to extremes. As you prepare for sleep, consider your relationships with others as involving mutual obligations that arise from your shared capacity for moral reasoning and justification, finding peace in the recognition that living with others requires principles that all reasonable people could accept, and resting in the contractualist vision of morality as emerging from our capacity for mutual recognition and respect, rather than from external authorities or abstract calculation. 92. Francis Cam. The Principle of Permissible Harm. In contemporary moral philosophy, where questions about life and death decisions require careful analysis of competing moral considerations, there lives a philosopher whose work on the ethics of killing and letting die has provided sophisticated frameworks for thinking about some of the most difficult questions in applied ethics. Francis Cam develops principles for determining when it is permissible to cause harm to some people in order to prevent greater harm to others, addressing problems that arise in medical ethics, warfare, and emergency situations. Cam analyzes the moral difference between intended and merely foreseen consequences, arguing that there can be morally significant differences between directly causing harm and allowing harm to occur as a side effect of pursuing legitimate goals. However, she shows that this distinction is more complex than traditional applications of the doctrine of double effect have recognized, requiring attention to the specific causal and intentional structures involved in different cases. The philosopher develops the principle of permissible harm to provide systematic guidance for cases where causing lesser harm might be justified to prevent greater harm. This principle takes into account factors like the relative magnitude of harms, whether those who would be harmed would benefit from the intervention, and whether the means used to prevent harm have an appropriate relation to the end being pursued. Cam applies these frameworks to practical problems in medical ethics, including end-of-life care, organ transplantation, and research ethics, showing how careful moral analysis can provide guidance while respecting both utilitarian concerns about minimizing harm and deontological concerns about treating persons as ends in themselves. Her work demonstrates how systematic moral philosophy can address real-world problems without losing sight of the complexity and particularity that characterize actual moral decisions. As you settle into sleep, reflect on the careful moral reasoning required to navigate situations where different values and obligations conflict, finding peace in the recognition that thoughtful analysis can provide guidance even for the most difficult moral questions while respecting the dignity and complexity of human life. 93. Alan Gibbard, Thinking How to Live and Norm Expressivism. In metaethics, where questions about the nature and meaning of moral language have generated sophisticated debates about cognitivism and non-cognitivism, there lives a philosopher whose norm expressivist theory offers an innovative account of how moral judgments can be both expressive of attitudes and capable of objective evaluation. Alan Gibbard argues that moral judgments express our acceptance of norms for feeling and action rather than stating facts about the world, but that this expressivism is compatible with moral objectivity and rational discussion. Gibbard develops the idea that moral judgments express the speaker's acceptance of systems of norms that govern when certain emotions and actions are appropriate. When we say that an action is wrong, we are not primarily describing a property of the action, but expressing our endorsement of norms that require guilt, resentment, or blame in response to such actions. The philosopher shows how this expressivist approach can account for the motivational force of moral judgments while allowing for genuine disagreement and rational discussion about moral questions. People can disagree about which norms to accept and can offer reasons for preferring some normative systems over others based on their consequences for coordination, social cooperation, and human flourishing. Gibbard extends this analysis to questions about the evolution of moral emotions and the cultural transmission of normative systems, showing how norm expressivism can incorporate insights from evolutionary psychology and anthropology while maintaining that moral discussion involves more than just causal description of human behavior. The theory aims to preserve what is important about moral discourse, while avoiding metaphysical commitments that conflict with naturalistic worldviews. As you prepare for sleep, consider your own moral judgments as expressions of your deepest commitments about how people should treat each other and what kinds of emotional responses are appropriate to different types of behavior, finding peace in the recognition that moral discourse involves shared participation in evaluating and refining the norms that guide social cooperation and individual development. Therefore, it's valuable to review your value system and analyze how your decision-making process actually serves toward the development. 94. Jonathan Dancy, Moral Particularism and Context Sensitivity. In moral philosophy, where systematic theories attempt to provide universal principles that can guide action across different contexts, there lives a philosopher whose particularist approach challenges the assumption that moral features have invariant significance across different situations. Jonathan Dancy argues that the moral significance of features like causing pain or breaking promises depends on the specific context in which they occur, making moral judgment more like practical wisdom than rule application. Dancy argues that moral reasons are holistic rather than atomistic, meaning that features that count as moral reasons in one context may be morally irrelevant or even count in the opposite direction in different contexts. The fact that an action causes pain is generally a reason against performing it, but in medical contexts, it might be a reason in favor of action if the pain is necessary for healing. This context sensitivity makes universal moral principles unreliable guides to moral judgment. The philosopher challenges the assumption that moral theory should aim to provide systematic accounts of moral requirements that can be applied mechanically across different situations. Instead, he advocates for moral particularism that emphasizes the importance of attending carefully to the specific features of particular situations and developing practical wisdom that can discern what morally matters in each context. Yancey argues that moral judgment involves something more like aesthetic sensitivity or practical skill than rule following, requiring attention to the complex ways that different moral considerations interact in specific circumstances. This does not make moral judgment arbitrary or subjective, but it does make it more complex and context-dependent than systematic moral theories typically acknowledge. The particularist approach has implications for moral education and decision-making, suggesting that developing moral judgment requires experience with diverse moral situations rather than just learning abstract principles. Moral wisdom emerges through practice and reflection rather than through theoretical knowledge, though philosophical analysis can help clarify the nature of moral judgment and the factors that make it more or less reliable. As you settle into sleep, trust in your own capacity for moral judgment that emerges through careful attention to the particular features of specific situations. Finding peace in the recognition that moral wisdom involves sensitivity to context rather than mechanical rule following, and resting in appreciation for the complexity and richness of moral life that cannot be captured completely in systematic theories, but can be navigated through practical wisdom and compassionate attention. 95. Michael Smith, The Moral Problem and Practical Reason. In metaethics, where the relationship between moral judgment and motivation creates puzzles about the nature of moral knowledge and practical reason, there lives a philosopher whose work on the moral problem attempts to reconcile our sense that moral judgments can be objective with the apparent requirement that moral judgment motivate action. Michael Smith develops an account of moral judgment that preserves both moral objectivity and the connection between moral belief and motivation. Smith identifies the moral problem as arising from three plausible but apparently inconsistent claims: that moral judgments express beliefs that can be true or false, cognitivism; that having a moral judgment necessarily involves being motivated to act accordingly, motivational internalism; and that beliefs and desires are distinct types of mental states, the Humean theory of motivation. Accepting all three claims seems to create a contradiction. The philosopher resolves this problem by arguing that moral judgments express beliefs about what we would desire if we were fully rational and well-informed. This allows moral judgments to be both cognitive, expressing beliefs about our rational desires, and motivational, connected to our actual desires through the psychological mechanisms that make us care about being rational agents. Smith extends this analysis to develop a constructivist account of moral facts as facts about what fully rational agents would desire, showing how moral objectivity can be compatible with naturalistic accounts of human psychology and practical reason. This approach aims to preserve moral realism while avoiding mysterious metaphysical commitments about mind-independent moral properties. As you prepare for sleep, reflect on your own moral commitments as expressing your deepest rational desires about how to live and treat others. Finding peace in the recognition that moral judgment involves both cognitive assessment and motivational commitment that can work together rather than conflict when properly understood, and resting in the hope that rational reflection can guide moral development toward greater wisdom and compassion. 96. Simon Kagan, The Limits of Morality and Normative Ethics. In contemporary moral philosophy, where different ethical theories compete to provide the most adequate account of moral requirements, there lives a philosopher whose systematic approach to normative ethics examines the structure and limits of moral obligation, while defending moderately demanding forms of consequentialism. Shelley Kagan argues that common-sense morality contains systematic errors that can be corrected through careful philosophical reflection guided by the goal of promoting overall well-being. Kagan challenges the moral significance that common sense attributes to the distinction between doing and allowing harm, arguing that there is no fundamental moral difference between killing and letting die when all other factors are held constant. This analysis undermines many people's intuitive resistance to demanding moral requirements, while supporting more robust obligations to prevent suffering and promote well-being, regardless of whether this requires active intervention or refraining from action. The philosopher examines various attempts to limit the demands of morality through appeal to special obligations to family and friends, rights that restrict how people may be treated, or prerogatives that allow people to give special weight to their own interests. He argues that while some of these limitations may be justified by their consequences for overall well-being, they cannot be defended through non-consequentialist principles that ignore the ultimate goal of making the world better. Kagan develops a moderate consequentialism that takes seriously both the demanding implications of focusing on overall well-being and the practical and psychological constraints that limit what can reasonably be expected of moral agents. This approach aims to provide realistic guidance for moral development while maintaining theoretical rigor about the ultimate foundations of moral obligation. As you settle into sleep, consider the scope and limits of your own moral obligations to promote well-being for others beyond your immediate circle of concern, finding peace in the recognition that moral growth involves gradually expanding compassion and practical commitment while remaining realistic about human limitations and resting in the consequentialist hope that collective efforts guided by concern for overall well-being can gradually reduce suffering and increase flourishing in the world. 97. Thomas Herke, Perfectionist, Ethics and Intrinsic Value. In moral philosophy, where debates between consequentialist and deontological approaches have dominated discussion of normative theory, there lives a philosopher whose perfectionist approach focuses on the intrinsic value of certain excellences and achievements that make life objectively valuable, regardless of their contribution to pleasure or preference satisfaction. Thomas Herke argues that moral theory should aim to promote and honor intrinsic goods, like knowledge, aesthetic appreciation, and the development of human capacities. Herke develops a perfectionist account that treats the development and exercise of essential human capacities as intrinsically valuable, rather than valuable only as means to other goods, like happiness or preference satisfaction. Knowledge, practical wisdom, aesthetic sensitivity, physical excellence, and moral virtue are good in themselves because they represent the full realization of human potential, rather than just because they tend to make people happy. The philosopher argues that perfectionist values can provide guidance for individual life planning and social policy that supplements and sometimes corrects utilitarian calculations based on pleasure or preference satisfaction. Education policy, for example, should aim to develop students' capacities for knowledge and aesthetic appreciation, even when students might prefer entertainment to learning. The authors like Big on Learning. Herke addresses objections that perfectionism is elitist or paternalistic by arguing that perfectionist goods are available to everyone regardless of their particular talents or circumstances, though people may excel in different areas depending on their individual characteristics. The goal is not to impose a single model of human excellence, but to create conditions that support diverse forms of human flourishing that realize genuine human capacity. As you prepare for sleep, appreciate your own development of characteristically human excellences through learning, creating, reasoning, and relating to others, finding peace in the recognition that these activities have intrinsic value that contributes to the objective goodness of your life, and resting in the perfectionist vision of human flourishing that honors the full range of capacities that make human life distinctive and valuable. 98. Larry Temkin, Rethinking the Good and Equality. In moral and political philosophy, where questions about the value of equality and the nature of comparative judgments generate complex theoretical puzzles, there lives a philosopher whose careful analysis of these issues reveals deep problems with common assumptions about moral reasoning. Larry Temkin argues that standard approaches to thinking about equality, priority, and the relative goodness of outcomes face serious difficulties that require fundamental rethinking of moral theory. Temkin explores paradoxes that arise when we try to make comparative judgments about the goodness of different possible worlds, showing that seemingly plausible principles about equality and priority can generate contradictory conclusions when applied systematically. These paradoxes suggest that moral theory may need to abandon the assumption that there is always a fact of the matter about whether one outcome is better than another. The philosopher examines different theories of equality, including principles that focus on outcomes, opportunities, or capabilities, showing how each approach faces significant challenges in providing guidance for practical policy questions. Some inequalities seem clearly unjust, while others appear morally irrelevant, but developing systematic criteria for distinguishing between them proves more difficult than initially expected. Temkin's work suggests that moral reasoning may be more complex and context-dependent than traditional systematic approaches have assumed, requiring greater attention to the particular features of specific moral problems, rather than relying on universal principles that can be applied mechanically across different contexts. This does not lead to relativism, but to greater intellectual humility about the limits of moral theory. As you prepare for sleep, reflect on the complexity of moral reasoning about fairness and equality that defies simple theoretical solutions, finding peace in the recognition that moral judgment requires ongoing attention to particular circumstances and careful reflection rather than mechanical application of universal principles, and resting in the humble acknowledgement that some moral questions may not have determinate answers, even when they demand our continued engagement and concern. 99. Samuel Scheffler, The Distributive Objection and Collective Responsibility. In moral philosophy, where the relationship between individual and collective responsibility creates puzzles about how persons should respond to large-scale problems like climate change and global poverty, there lives a philosopher whose work on collective action and distributive justice provides frameworks for thinking about individual obligations in contexts where isolated individual action seems insufficient to address shared problems. Scheffler analyzes the distributive objection to consequentialism, which claims that consequentialist theories wrongly require individuals to take responsibility for bringing about outcomes that should be the collective responsibility of society as a whole. This objection suggests that there are limits to what can reasonably be demanded of individuals, even when greater sacrifice would produce better overall outcomes. The philosopher examines how collective action problems affect individual moral obligations, arguing that people have responsibilities to support just institutions and to do their fair share in cooperative schemes, even when their individual contributions make little difference to overall outcomes. This requires moving beyond purely individualistic approaches to moral obligation while avoiding collectivistic approaches that eliminate individual responsibility entirely. Scheffler applies this analysis to contemporary problems like global poverty and environmental protection, showing how institutional and individual approaches to these problems can work together rather than compete. Individuals have obligations both to support effective institutions and to model the kind of behavior that would be required if everyone did their part, even when current institutions are inadequate and many others are not doing their share. As you settle into sleep, consider your own role in collective efforts to address shared problems that exceed what any individual can solve alone, finding peace in the recognition that individual and collective responsibility can work together to create positive change while remaining realistic about the limitations of individual action, and resting in hope for cooperative solutions that can address challenges that require sustained collective effort across many individuals and institutions. 100. David Enoch, Taking Morality Seriously and Robust Realism. In contemporary metaethics, where debates about moral realism and anti-realism continue to generate sophisticated arguments about the nature and existence of moral facts, there lives a philosopher whose robust realist approach defends the objectivity of moral truth while acknowledging the challenges that this view faces from evolutionary, psychological, and metaphysical considerations. David Enoch argues that taking morality seriously requires believing that moral facts exist independently of our beliefs and attitudes about them, even if this creates theoretical difficulties. Enoch develops arguments for moral realism based on the phenomenon of moral deliberation, arguing that when we engage seriously in moral thinking, we cannot avoid treating moral questions as having correct answers that we are trying to discover rather than create. This deliberative indispensability of moral realism provides reason to believe in objective moral facts, despite the theoretical costs this belief involves. The philosopher addresses evolutionary debunking arguments that claim our moral beliefs are unreliable because they were shaped by natural selection for reproductive success rather than truth tracking. He argues that these arguments prove too much because they would equally undermine confidence in rational and mathematical beliefs that realists about these domains typically want to preserve. Enoch acknowledges that robust moral realism faces significant challenges in explaining how mind-independent moral facts could exist and how humans could have reliable access to them, but he argues that these metaphysical and epistemological costs are worth paying to preserve the objectivity that makes moral discourse meaningful. The alternative views that avoid these costs do so only by giving up claims about moral truth that are central to taking morality seriously. As you prepare for sleep, reflect on your own moral convictions as potentially tracking objective truths about how people should treat each other and what kinds of lives are worth living. Finding peace in the realist hope that moral progress involves discovering, rather than merely constructing, better answers to moral questions. And resting in the conviction that moral truth provides a standard that can guide individual development and social reform even when it remains partially unknown and difficult to access.